What's this? You recognize me. Han Li's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked at the black-robed elder and asked calmly, No, I mistook you for someone else. How could a junior like me recognize a senior like you? The black-robed elder was startled by Han Li's icy gaze and hurriedly denied, stuttering. Mistook me. Han Li nonchalantly stroked his chin, shifting his gaze away from the elder to the others, as if he truly believed the elder's words. The gray-clothed man glanced at the elder with some confusion. Although equally surprised, they were in a dangerous situation and couldn't afford to focus on anything else, just hopping to say something flattering to Han Li and escape. But before Han Li could respond, he slowly said, Since you are cultivators of the ghost spirit sect and have discovered Han's whereabouts, then consider yourselves unlucky. Your lives are now in my hands. With these words, Han Li's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his sleeve, more than 10 green sword lights surged out. As these sword lights emerged from his sleeve, they swayed in the wind, transforming into dozens of them, sweeping toward the few cultivators. Upon hearing Han Li's chilling tone, the gray-clothed cultivator knew things were dire. Seeing the astonishing momentum of Han Li's attack, his face turned even paler, devoid of blood. Naturally, he wouldn't sit idly by. Without hesitation, his figure swiftly shifted, and numerous black chi suddenly emanated, enveloping his figure. Then, 2 gold and silver tridents flew out of the black mist, turning into 2 gold-and-silver pythons, blocking the black mist. At the same time, the gray-clothed cultivator desperately activated his escape technique, turning into a black smoke and fleeing in panic, disregarding the lives of the other cultivators. The ghost spirit sect cultivators were shocked. Except for the elder, all the others were swiftly decapitated under the onslaught of the green sword chi, without any resistance. At the moment when the elder was horrified, Han Li flicked his hand, and a thin green thread shot into the elder's body, causing him to fall to the ground immediately. Seeing this, Han Li no longer paid attention to the elder, his gaze shifting to the gray-clothed cultivator who had fled over 100 feet away, a hint of coldness appearing at the corner of his mouth. He pointed casually at the sword lights. Instantly, over 100 green lights converged, forming a huge green sword. Then, with a light command from Han Li, the giant sword emitted a low, buzzing sound, shaking once before turning into a 10-zhang-long green rainbow. At an unimaginable speed, it chased after the black smoke, and dazzling green light burst out. The gray-clothed cultivator screamed in terror. Whether it was the gold and silver pythons formed by the flying tridents or the black chi protecting his body, they were all obliterated by a single blow from the giant sword. Even the gray-clothed cultivator himself turned into a rain of blood. Only then did Han Li calmly retrieve his magic treasure. With a slight change in his expression, his gaze returned to the unconscious elder. After a brief pause, Han Li raised his hand without hesitation. The elder's emaciated body whooshed into his hand, surrounded by green light. Then, Han Li's other hand pressed down on the elder's head without any hesitation. After a moment, A flame rose in Han Li's hand, and the elder turned into a flying ash in the fire, disappearing into thin air. He turned out to be an abandoned disciple of the Hehuan sect, Dong Xuaner. I didn't expect her to have reached the Foundation establishment stage as well. But why would she send someone to find me? It's really strange. Hanley floated in the air with his hands behind his back, a hint of surprise on his face. The background of the black-robed elder was indeed quite complicated. Originally, he was a disciple of the Hehuan sect, but fearing punishment for a serious mistake, he changed his identity and joined the ghost spirit sect, hiding until now. Naturally, Han Li didn't care about these things. What surprised him was that the elder had previously served under Dong Xuaner for a period of time when she had already formed her gold core. She even dispatched him and some other Hehuan sect disciples to search for Han Li frantically for a while, even daring to infiltrate the Nine Nations Alliance to secretly search for Han Li's whereabouts. At that time, Han Li had already arrived in the chaotic Star Sea. Naturally, this matter came to nothing. It was during that time that the elder had seen Han Li's portrait, so he recognized him in astonishment now. Han Li couldn't figure out why Dong Xuaner was looking for him. He didn't flatter himself to think that this woman would be interested in him, so there must be something peculiar about her dispatching people to find him. Unfortunately, the elder in the black robe had a low status and knew nothing about it. After thinking for a while, Han Li still couldn't figure out the reason behind Dong Xuaner's search for him, so he shook his head and put it aside. Regardless of why Dong Xuaner had sent someone to find him, or what her intentions were, it probably didn't matter anymore after so many years. As a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, he didn't need to care about it now. With that in mind, Han Li dealt with the bodies of the ghost spirit sect cultivators and glanced in the direction of the Yellow Maple Valley's original sect. Then, he left the Teiyu mountain range. Little did Han Li know that while he was annihilating the ghost spirit sect, in a secluded closed-door room at the site of the Concealed Moon sect's ruins, a skinny and peculiar-looking robed cultivator who was meditating suddenly frowned and sighed, reaching into his chest and pulling out a dull, lightless bone plaque. The robed cultivator toyed with the bone plaque for a while. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes, a hint of grimness flashing across his face. After a while, he stood up and walked out of the closed-door room. Passing through a long corridor, the robed cultivator arrived in a hall and casually sat on a stone chair in the middle of the hall. Then, a white light flashed in his hand, and a small bronze bell appeared out of nowhere. With a loud clang, the robed cultivator casually shook the bell, and a resonant bell rang out, spreading who knows how far. Then the man put away the bell, sat stiffly in the chair, and fell silent. But after a while, 3 Foundation establishment stage cultivators hurriedly ran out of several side doors of the hall, 2 men and 1 woman, standing respectfully below the elder, each with a look of awe. Just now, the sole light on your 6th junior brother's life token went out. It seems he fell victim to someone's hand. Although I don't know what happened, as disciples of the soul fragmentation sect, we cannot die without knowing the cause. The junior brother understands the severity of the situation. Let's split up and act separately, the man in black said with a slight pause. Then the two men and one woman left the hall and went their separate ways. Several days later, disciples of the Ghost Soul sect truly found the location where Han Li had killed several people, following the traces left by those few individuals. After some investigation, Han Li's original cave dwelling was exposed. Upon receiving the news, the three members of the soul fragmentation sect personally led a group of disciples to rush to the Teiyu Mountains. They appeared in Han Li's old cave dwelling, standing before the large pit left behind by the spirit ice spring that Han Li had moved away. The three of them exchanged glances. At the same time, in a distant location, Jingzhou is located in the northwest of Yue country. Due to its remote location, there are few large cities, but small towns and villages are not uncommon. The terrain is mostly hills and barren areas, devoid of human habitation. Because of this, Jingzhou has more bandits and rogues than other states, making it a gathering place for martial artists and people from all walks of life. There hasn't been any major power in the martial arts world that could dominate this area. On this day, in a desolate wilderness on the side of a dirt road, a scene commonly seen throughout Jingzhou was unfolding. Hundreds of sturdy men dressed in coarse clothes, each with a black headscarf, wielding a variety of weapons, were besieging more than 30 people in green clothes. Under the protection of the green-clothed men, several high-roofed carriages were huddled together. It was a scene of fierce battle between bandits and the escort bureau. Behind these bandits, there were 3 other black-clothed men who looked similar, coldly watching the scene, occasionally revealing a ruthless expression on their faces. Near the carriages, several young men dressed as servants were holding clubs and guarding them, with a slightly nervous look on their faces. In the carriages, there were several women and children dressed in luxurious clothes, and in the largest carriage at the front, a middle-aged scholar with a calm face was sitting inside. This man had 3 strands of long black beard, and although he appeared to be weak, he exuded a kind of indescribable aura of long-standing authority, making people not dare to underestimate him. Facing the middle-aged scholar was a burly man in blue brocade robes, sitting with his back against the carriage wall. This man had large hands and sharp eyes, obviously an extremely rare martial arts expert in the martial arts world. The identities of these 2 men were obviously extraordinary, and they looked calm and composed. Only these 2 were in the carriage, with no one else accompanying them. At this moment, the 2 men remained silent, but through the half-open window of the carriage, they could still clearly see the situation outside. The sounds of fighting and screams occasionally drifted into the carriage. The bandits with black headscarves were numerous, but the green-clothed escorts were more skilled. For a while, the 2 sides were at a stalemate, unable to determine the outcome. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged scholar smiled faintly and suddenly said to the burly man opposite him, "It seems that Brother Li doesn't need to take action. Tianwu Escort Bureau is enough to deal with them. He, if those 3 leaders of the Black Scarf Gang don't take action, Tianwu Escort Bureau can naturally deal with these small fry. If the 3 of them take action, these escorts and apprentices won't be able to hold them off. After all, the 3 leaders of the Black Scarf Gang are well-known ruthless characters on the Jingzhou Road. I heard that the 3 of them are brothers, very skilled in joint attacks. Ordinary experts would be no match for them." The burly man spoke, his face showing a hint of excitement. At the same time, he flexed his thick fingers slightly, making a crackling sound, clearly demonstrating his mastery of external martial arts. "Brother Li, whenever it comes to fighting with others, you always itch like this. You're just like Uncle Li back then." The middle-aged scholar couldn't help but smile as he watched the burly man's demeanor, appearing helpless. "Brother Han, this is natural. Our Li family has a tradition of passing down martial arts. When we encounter interesting opponents, we naturally want to test them out a bit. It's just like your Han family, which has been a scholarly family for generations. There will always be 1 or 2 people entering the court as officials. But what puzzles me is how our Han and Li families, which are so different, became close friends in the first place. And it has continued for so many years, maintaining such a good relationship from generation to generation." The burly man crossed his hands and said with some puzzlement, Some time ago, I accidentally came across some letters and learned a bit about the past events. If Brother Li wants to know, I can tell you a bit about it, but some of it may not be true." The middle-aged scholar said with a light smile. "Really? Unfortunately, our Li family does not have the habit of recording the deeds of our ancestors. Apart from leaving behind a few sets of excellent martial arts, there is no mention of how our Han and Li families interacted in the past." Hearing this, the burly man showed curiosity and interest. "It's not good. Those 3 guys have indeed taken action. Brother Han, wait a moment. I'll take care of them and come back to tell you about it." When the burly man's gaze swept outside the carriage, his face changed slightly. Then, with a whoosh, he shot out of the carriage like a strong crossbow. Soon after, the sound outside gradually subsided. The door curtain of the carriage moved, and the burly man rushed into the carriage, dusty and slightly injured on his shoulders. But he laughed heartily at the middle-aged scholar. "These 3 guys have some skills. They made me work a bit more, but I also killed them. From now on, the Black Scarf Gang will disappear in Jingzhou." The burly man appeared satisfied. The middle-aged scholar sighed and shook his head, showing a sorry expression. "If it weren't for Brother Li's presence this time, I'm afraid the road back to the ancestral shrine would have become a path of no return for me, Han Rui. It seems that those enemies really harbor deep hatred towards me. But in doing so, I've also implicated Brother Li." "What implication?" "The Li family has been able to stand firm in the martial arts world until now, thanks to the help of our Han family several times. Mutual support between our two families is only natural. The burly man said indifferently. That's true. I'm just being sentimental. The middle-aged scholar smiled and returned to his normal demeanor, showing that he was a person who could let go easily. However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about the past of our two families. I'm very curious about it. The burly man suddenly remembered and asked eagerly. Naturally. Speaking of which, the process of our two families becoming close friends is quite unbelievable. Do you remember the 7 mysterious gates that dominated Jingzhou City decades ago? Our ancestors of the two families were actually sworn brothers in that martial arts faction. According to the letters, a senior ancestor of our Han family and your ancestor of the Li family were like brothers in the 7 mysterious gates, supporting each other. From then on, our two families began to establish a relationship, and our senior ancestor was quite extraordinary. It is said that back then, amidst the faint voice of the middle-aged scholar, the green-clothed people buried the bodies of both sides on the spot, and several carriages moved forward again, gradually disappearing from this desolate place. Qingniu Town. Han Li floated hundreds of feet in the air, bathed in a green glow, as he looked down at the small town below, his face revealing a hint of puzzlement. Although this small town was pitifully small, only a few miles in size, it bore no resemblance to the tiny town with just a single street that he remembered. However, according to his memory, this was indeed the Qingniu town of yesteryears. It seemed that after more than 100 years of absence, the once small town had flourished into a true city. Hanley gazed blankly at the scene below for a moment, hesitated for a while, then suddenly cast a concealment spell. His figure sank and appeared in an unnoticed alley. Only then did he swagger out of the alley, slowly making his way along the narrow street. It's really different, Han Li murmured to himself as he looked at the unfamiliar houses and pavilions lining the streets on both sides. For some reason, even though he knew that a little further westward flight would take him to the small mountain village where he was born and raised, and to the dark Qingniu mountain, he hesitated. Instead, he involuntarily descended in this drastically changed Qingniu town. At this moment, Han Li appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was fervently hopping to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure from either side. But so far, he had been disappointed. Suddenly, Han Li's footsteps slowed, and he stopped at a 3-way intersection. He stared at a dilapidated small tavern at the intersection, unmoving. This tavern, short and old with only 2 stories, had a deep yellow signboard hanging above the door, bearing the characters Chungxiang. It was the old place where Han Li had stayed for 2 days, under the care of his third uncle, the Fat Han, who ran the Chungxiang Tavern. As he looked at the tavern, Han Li's hazy memories suddenly flooded back. The round-faced, chubby third uncle, the incredibly narrow courtyard behind the tavern, the dimly lit compartments, the delicious aroma of the food, the black horse carriage with the 7 profound sect flags. All of these memories vividly resurfaced in Han Li's mind. Han Li stared at the tavern, his face filled with complex emotions, a hint of sadness in his eyes. After gazing at the tavern for a while, he suddenly noticed the peculiar looks from passers-by nearby. It was understandable. After all, it was strange for a young man to stand motionless, staring at a dilapidated tavern. It was indeed a bit odd. After a brief moment of consideration, Han Li regained his composure, hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, a neatly dressed waiter ushered Han Li inside. Instead of heading to the second floor, Han Li found a secluded corner on the first floor, ordered a few small dishes, and began to quietly observe his surroundings. The first floor was filled with a diverse mix of patrons, reminiscent of other taverns Han Li had seen. From porters and laborers to small-time merchants, all sorts were present. The only noteworthy sight was a group of 5 or 6 burly men, dressed uniformly, and each carrying a long, cloth-wrapped bundle by their side. Han Li didn't need to use his divine sense to guess that these bundles contained weapons, likely swords. Judging by their attire, they were probably members of some gang. This scene gave Han Li a sense of familiarity, reminding him of his days at the Seven Profound sect. As his divine sense brushed over these men, he could clearly hear their conversation, which was predictably about gang conflicts. Han Li quickly lost interest and shifted his attention to other patrons. At that moment, 2 young scholars walked in from outside, chatting animatedly as they strolled forward. I heard that this time, when Minister Han returns to pay homage to his ancestors, not only will the governor personally visit, but the Fan and Li families will also send representatives. It seems the Han family is going all out this time and can't keep a low profile. Indeed, I heard that for this ancestral ceremony, the Han family has sent letters far and wide, summoning all branches of the family, near and far. Even the slightly notable gentry of Jingzhou are sending people to witness the event. It looks like the Han family is soon to join the ranks of the 3 major families of Jingzhou, alongside the Fan and Li families. Remarkable. The Han family's rise over just 100 years is truly incredible. There's nothing surprising about it. Ever since the Han family produced a distinguished scholar, they have been on an unstoppable rise. Subsequent generations have consistently earned official positions, leading to their current prestige. Why don't we also go and... The 2 scholars casually sat at a table near Han Li. Han family. Han Li was taken aback upon hearing this, eager to hear more. However, the 2 soon changed the subject to discussing classical poetry, much to Han Li's frustration. After a moment of thought, Han Li stood up and approached the 2 scholars. "Greetings, gentlemen. My name is Han Li. May I inquire which Han family you were discussing earlier? I have also returned here on a letter's call for an ancestral ceremony. However, having grown up away from home, I am quite unfamiliar with the family and the ceremony location. Could you please provide me with some guidance?" Han Li asked politely. "Ah, so you're a Han family member. We apologize for not recognizing you. There is only one Han family around here, the Han family of Woolly Valley. The two scholars were initially surprised but quickly responded, noting Han Li's scholarly appearance and polite demeanor, which aroused no suspicion. Woolly Valley. This was indeed the small village by the mountains where the Han family had resided. The village, located in a 5 or 6 mile long valley, was aptly named. It seemed likely that the Han family they discussed was indeed his own. If it's Woolly Valley, then this Han family is indeed my own. Could you tell me more about the current situation? I have never participated in an ancestral ceremony and wouldn't want to make a fool of myself. Han Li asked calmly. Well, since it's a well-known matter, there's no harm in discussing it. One of the scholars replied after a brief glance at his companion. If you are to attend the ceremony, you shouldn't head directly to Woolly Valley. The Han family moved their main residence to Han Fort, several miles away, decades ago. They only returned to Woolly Valley for the ancestral ceremony. One of the scholars explained. Han Li listened intently, though his expression remained unchanged. His mind was in turmoil. 2 hours later, Han Li appeared atop the familiar Qingniu mountain. This time, he did not descend but silently observed from above. Was this still the small village of his memories? The dirt paths, low walls, and thatched houses were gone, replaced by large courtyards, tiled houses, and neatly dressed servants. Not a trace of the old village remained. After watching for a while, Han Li shook his head, ready to leave, when his gaze fell upon a pavilion in the center of the estate. This pavilion was not particularly large, but its prominence was accentuated by the surrounding single-story buildings. The pavilion's door was tightly shut, with a black plaque above it bearing the silver characters Han Family Ancestral Hall. A trace of emotion appeared on Han Li's face. After a moment of thought, he vanished, reappearing in front of the pavilion. A few sturdy guards stood before the pavilion, but Han Li's invisibility spell ensured they did not notice him. With a casual glance at the guards, Han Li used his concealment spell to pass through the door. Inside, rows of ancestral tablets came into view, numbering in the hundreds, arranged neatly on long tables, forming a long corridor. The rear tables were empty, reserved for future generations. A quick scan revealed various names on the tablets, none of which Han Li recognized. Wasting no time, Han Li went straight to the second floor. The second floor was more solemn, with additional incense burners, sandalwood, and a large bronze cauldron filled with oil and a thick wick, burning brightly. Ignoring these, Han Li focused on the central tablets, standing motionless. Hanzhu, Han Tai, Han Tiansheng. These familiar names, inscribed coldly on the dark wooden tablets, caused a pang of sorrow in Han Li's heart. As the saying goes, the Tao is ruthless. Yet, even someone like Han Li, who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, could not sever all ties. He could only bury these emotions deep within his heart. Han Li finally moved, slowly approaching the central tablets. He stood still, staring at them, while memories of his loved ones flooded his mind. Time passed unknowingly. The sound of the pavilion door opening jolted Han Li from his reverie, though he remained still. Footsteps and the conversation of two middle-aged men reached his ears. "Brother Li, you are too impatient. Didn't I say I'd lend you the manuscript after the ceremony? Why the rush?" one man said helplessly. "Heth, Brother Han, after you mentioned the manuscript contains an unnamed footwork technique created by your ancestor, I couldn't wait. It's strange that we at the Li family never knew about this. Naturally, I wanted to see it as soon as possible. But why keep such a valuable manuscript in the ancestral hall? What if it gets stolen?" The other man replied, half jokingly, half worriedly. "Who would steal from an ancestral hall? Besides, our Han family may not be heavily guarded, but we have skilled guards watching day and night. No one could get close, and even if they did, they'd face our family's retribution." The first man replied confidently. "That's true," the other man agreed. The sound of ascending footsteps grew clearer. A scholar and a burly man with a bristly beard appeared at the top of the stairs. Their smiles froze upon seeing Han Li standing before the ancestral tablets, hands clasped behind his back. Recovering quickly, the burly man stepped forward, shielding the scholar and growling lowly. "Thief, how dare you come here? Leave your life behind," he roared, leaping toward Han Li with a powerful punch. Before he could reach Han Li, a fierce wind pressure bore down. Han Li remained unmoving, his back to the two men. With a muffled thud, the giant fist struck Han Li's back hard. The burly man initially rejoiced, but his expression quickly changed dramatically. With a flash of green light, the burly man flew backward as if struck by a giant hammer. The middle-aged scholar's face also changed, showing a look of bewilderment. Because just as the burly man's large body shot back towards him, his form suddenly slowed, landing lightly on both feet, seemingly unscathed. "Brother Li, are you all right? Did you sustain any internal injuries?" Although the scholar was merely a man of letters, he frequently interacted with the burly man and was well aware that martial artists could inflict unseen injuries. Thus, he asked with concern. "I'm fine, not injured. The opponent's skills are unfathomable, but it seems he bears no ill will," the burly man said, deeply puzzled after confirming he was unharmed. Hearing this, the scholar felt somewhat relieved, nodded, and turned to face Han Li. "This stalwart warrior, I am Han Tianxiao, the head of the Han family. May I know if you are here specifically to see me?" The scholar asked calmly, his demeanor unwavering. "The head of the Han family." Han Li finally turned around slowly. "Ah, you. Impossible. HMPH, what do you mean by this?" Before Han Li could say anything, the scholar and the burly man simultaneously exclaimed. But the scholar quickly regained his composure and his expression turned dark. The burly man, after his initial shock, also showed a hostile expression. You recognize me?" Han Li frowned, asking as his eyes swept over the two, searching for traces of familiar figures but ultimately not finding any. "Are you feigning ignorance? Given that you've altered your appearance to resemble our fourth great uncle, why not admit it outright?" The scholar said word by word, his gaze cold. "Fourth great uncle." Han Li's expression showed a hint of a smile. In the past, he was the fourth in his family, and this fourth great uncle naturally referred to him. What puzzled him was that since he left home after coming of age, his family members shouldn't know his appearance. How did these Han family descendants know? "Oh, when did I claim to be your fourth great uncle? Can't I naturally have this appearance?" Han Li said with a slight smile. "There may be many people in the world who look alike, but for someone to closely resemble an ancestor and appear in our Han family ancestral hall, you are the only one," the scholar said coldly, his anger quickly subsiding. "Well said, you are indeed an official in the imperial court. It's no wonder the Han family has prospered with descendants like you." Han Li's expression softened as he complimented. "What, do you really intend to impersonate our ancestor?" The scholar, hearing Han Li casually mention the Seven Mysteries sect and Li Feiyu, was both shocked and suspicious. To know, he had only recently learned about the history between the Han and Li families from an old manuscript. The fact that Han Li knew these details so clearly was alarming. Seeing the scholar's strange expression, Han Li's divine sense followed his gaze to the hidden compartment within the altar table and saw the manuscript. Without hesitation, Han Li raised his hand, beckoning to the table. Immediately, the scholar and the burly man were stupefied. The altar table glowed softly, and an old, yellowed manuscript floated out, gently drifting towards Han Li. Han Li caught the manuscript with ease, the glow dissipating, and then began to casually flip through it. Although the scholar had long been trained to remain calm under pressure, he couldn't help but swallow dryly at this moment, casting a fearful glance at the burly man. The burly man's expression was no better, his face a mix of shock and a peculiar blend of fear and reverence. Just as the scholar was feeling puzzled, the burly man suddenly clasped his fists together and bowed deeply to Han Li, hesitantly speaking. "Excuse me, might you be a legendary cultivator? If that's the case, given your esteemed status, there's indeed no reason for you to plot against us mortals. Might you have any token to prove your identity? Given the importance of the matter, we cannot easily believe merely spoken words." Hearing the burly man's words, the scholar was stunned. He then recalled some ancient rumors, inhaled sharply, and looked at Han Li with a hint of reverence. "Oh, I'm surprised you know about cultivators. Not bad. Judging from this manuscript, you truly are a descendant of Li Feiyu. It's incredible. Who would have thought that Li Feiyu's children would form such a lasting alliance with our Han family? Back then, I didn't expect this at all. You want a token? That's difficult. When I left home in pursuit of the Tao, I left in haste without taking any tokens. I even left Li Feiyu without a proper farewell. The only things I left behind were a note and a few bottles of pills. Han Li said casually. Pills? Could it be that the few vials of medicine our Li family has always kept in the ancestral hall were left by you? The burly man said, bewildered. In his pursuit of martial excellence, your ancestor took those marrow-draining pills. So even the elixirs I left behind likely couldn't ensure a peaceful end for him. Han Li sighed, his tone melancholic. I do not know the specifics, but my father is still alive and might know more about our ancestors' matters. Some secrets are only passed down through the heads of the family. If you permit, I could send a message to confirm this. The burly man hesitated but spoke cautiously. By this time, he was more than half convinced. He knew that their great ancestor, who left a vast legacy, had indeed died young. No need. I returned this time without intending to disturb anyone. I merely wanted to see the last remnants of my mortal attachments and sever them. Seeing that the Han family and my old friend's descendants are well reassured me, Han Li waved his hand, his tone desolate. Hearing this, the burly man became anxious and frantically signaled the scholar with his eyes. The scholar, understanding the implications of having a cultivator ancestor, quickly composed himself and spoke respectfully. If you are truly our fourth great-uncle, I have another way to verify your identity immediately. Our Han family's ancestral hall holds some items used by our ancestors. If you can identify them, I will believe you. Only the heads of the Han family have ever been allowed to handle and know these items. Old items, bring them here. Although I left home early, I might still recognize a few, Han Li said indifferently. If it wasn't too troublesome, he didn't mind acknowledging his Han family descendants. Rest assured, many of these items are cherished mementos from when our ancestors were impoverished. You should recognize them. I will fetch them now, the scholar said, bowing to Han Li before heading downstairs. There was a faint sound of movement downstairs. After a while, the scholar returned, holding a tray covered with a red cloth, which he respectfully presented to Han Li. Han Li pulled off the red cloth, revealing several old, worn items. Ah, these things. I never thought I would see them again in this lifetime, Han Li said with a hint of surprise and delight. You recognize these items? The scholar asked cautiously, his expression tense. Most of them are old items I know well. A few must have been added after I left. This slingshot and small bow belonged to my second brother, Hanju. He loved these things as a child. This wooden hairpin was my mother's favorite. The pipe. As Han Li picked up each item, he spoke softly, reminiscing as if he was recounting a cherished memory. Listening to Han Li's words, the scholar became convinced halfway through. Before Han Li finished speaking, he immediately pulled the burly man, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, "The unworthy descendant Han Tianxiao pays respects to fourth great-uncle. If we have shown any disrespect earlier, please forgive us." The scholar dared not look directly at Han Li, his face full of guilt and unease. The burly man was equally reverent and respectful. Seeing the two acknowledge him, Hanley felt a wave of indescribable emotion. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "When I left home to pursue the Tao years ago, I never imagined that the Han family would become a prominent clan. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. You both may rise. To the Han family of today, I am almost as much a stranger as any outsider. There's no need for such formalities." "Uncle, how could you say that? It is we descendants who are unfilial, not knowing that you were still alive. Otherwise, we would have sent someone to show our respect," the middle-aged scholar replied respectfully as he stood up. "Show respect? That's unnecessary. I came just to take a look and will leave shortly. I am a seeker of the Tao now, and it's best to minimize worldly attachments," Han Li said with a wave of his hand, his tone indifferent. "Uncle, you are leaving already. That's too hasty. How about visiting the fortress to see the other Han family members before you go?" the scholar exclaimed in surprise. "No need. As I came here, I flew over the Han family fortress and used my spiritual sense to scan it. Unfortunately, although there are many family members, none of them possess spiritual roots. There is no one with whom I share a destiny. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking a couple of family disciples to cultivate," Han Li sighed, feeling a bit regretful. "It seems we descendants are not fortunate enough to have a destiny with Uncle," the scholar said with a bitter smile, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. Possessing spiritual roots needed for cultivation is a rare occurrence. It's normal for none of the hundreds of Han family members to have such qualities. Moreover, it's my wish that the descendants of the Han and Li families stay out of the cultivation world. The current cultivation world is not peaceful. Entire clans and sects being annihilated is not uncommon. If the Han family were implicated, it would be disastrous, Han Li said, shaking his head. "We will follow Uncle's instructions," the scholar said, initially taken aback but then responding earnestly. What generation descendant of Li Feiyu are you, and what is your name?" Han Li's gaze shifted, suddenly focusing on the bearded man. The man hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "Junior Li Feng, the 11th generation descendant of ancestor Li Feiyu, greets Uncle. Li Feiyu and I were sworn brothers. You calling me uncle is appropriate. Earlier, I saw you protecting Han Tianxiao, which indicates that the Li family has indeed taken care of the Han family over the years. As an uncle of the Han family, I cannot neglect the Li family. Here are some pills that are highly beneficial to martial artists, saving your family much effort in internal cultivation. Take them," Han Li said, patting his storage pouch. A flash of white light revealed 7 or 8 small bottles of various colors in his palm, which he handed to Li Feng. Li Feng was overjoyed and thanked Han Li profusely, quickly accepting the bottles. Internal energy cultivation for martial artists, though not as long as for cultivators, still required many years. These pills would allow the Li family to produce numerous experts swiftly. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar felt happy for his friend, but couldn't help showing a hopeful look towards Han Li. Noticing this, Han Li smiled slightly. Unhurriedly, he took a spirit beast pouch from his waist and lightly patted it. Instantly, thousands of three-colored, gold-devouring beetles surged out of the pouch, forming a large cloud of shimmering insects in midair, sparkling like stars in broad daylight. The scholar and Li Feng were stunned, marveling at the sight. Without saying a word, Han Li pointed at the cloud of insects above his head. Suddenly, the thousands of gold-devouring beetles converged into a three-colored treasure sword that hovered in the air. With a clear cry, the sword dropped into Han Li's hand. The eerie scene left the scholar, and Li Feng even more astounded. Han Li held the sword in one hand and lightly stroked the blade with the other, his expression flickering. After a moment, he sighed, exhaled a green breath from his mouth onto the sword. With a flash of green light, a simple and ancient sword sheath materialized around the blade. Han Li sheathed the sword and held it horizontally in front of him. This sword is formed by refining spirit insects. It can kill enemies autonomously. I will leave it in this ancestral hall. If the Han family ever faces annihilation, the family members can take refuge here. This sword will protect them for a time. However, remember, once the sword is unsheathed, it will kill everything within a 10-mile radius except those inside the ancestral hall. So, use it cautiously. Here is a jade pendant containing a trace of my essence. Only with this pendant can the sword be unsheathed. Otherwise, a mortal cannot draw it. This pendant should be entrusted to the head of the Han family. Han Li instructed, taking out a transparent jade pendant. Grandnephew will remember uncle's teachings. The scholar, having witnessed Han Li's unbelievable methods, no longer doubted him. Thrilled, he responded eagerly. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly. Instead of immediately handing over the sword and pendant, he added another point to remember. Because this sword is sealed with spiritual energy, it can only be used 3 times. Each use will weaken the seal, and after 3 uses, the sheath will disintegrate, and the spirit sword will revert to spirit insects and disappear. I believe 3 opportunities to save the Han family from great peril should be sufficient. After all, nothing in this world lasts forever. To prevent descendants from misusing this sword for evil deeds, it cannot leave this hall before being unsheathed. If it does, it will also vanish. Use it wisely, and it should ensure the Han family's prosperity for another few hundred years. After that, returning to normalcy may not be a bad thing. After these words, Han Li handed over the sword and the jade pendant. The scholar repeatedly expressed his gratitude, carefully placing the sword on the central altar before returning to stand respectfully before Han Li, awaiting further instructions. Satisfied with the scholar's respectful attitude, Han Li thought for a moment and then took out 2 light yellow bottles, tossing them to the scholar and Li Feng. Seeing their puzzled looks, he smiled and said, "The previous items were for the Han and Li families. You too, as my juniors, have a bit of fate with me by meeting me personally. I should give you some benefits. These pills, though useless to me, have significant effects on extending life and strengthening the body for mortals. They should ensure you live to a ripe old age." The scholar and Li Feng, overjoyed, expressed their gratitude, holding the bottles tightly. Hanley nodded and, after glancing around, showed a hint of curiosity, asking, "You recognized me right away. It seems you indeed kept my portrait. If it's here in the ancestral hall, show it to me. I'm curious who painted it." "The portrait is indeed in the attic. Please wait a moment, Uncle," the scholar replied after a brief pause, then walked to a seemingly ordinary wall and pressed it. With a click, a part of the wall flipped over, revealing 5 or 6 hanging silk paintings. Hanley stepped forward and stood still before one of the paintings. It depicted a young man of 17 or 18, with a hint of youthful innocence on his smiling face, his old visage. This painting was said to be handed over to our Han family by ancestor Li Feiyu. As for who painted it, I do not know, the scholar explained softly, standing behind Han Li. But Han Li seemed not to hear, his gaze shifting to another painting. It depicted his father in an official's attire, looking much older than when Han Li had secretly visited the village, yet full of joy. A trace of sadness flashed across Han Li's face. His eyes swept over the other paintings, seeing the elderly figures of his brothers, each face familiar yet aged, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. The scholar and Li Feng sensibly kept silent, not daring to interrupt Han Li. At this moment, Han Li muttered a few words to himself, but his voice was too low and indistinct to be understood. As the two men tried to listen more closely, Han Li suddenly erupted in blinding green light. Startled, they instinctively closed their eyes. When they reopened them, Han Li had vanished. However, his voice echoed in their ears. "Although I possess some powers akin to a land deity, I also have formidable enemies. Do not speak of our meeting today. As long as this remains secret and the spirit sword hidden, no cultivators will notice you. I will now devote myself to pursuing the Tao and will not easily have ties with the Han family again. Take care." After these words, Han Li's voice ceased, as if he had drifted far away. The two men exchanged glances, speechless and full of awe. Han Li had indeed flown away from Wuli Valley and had already escaped to more than 10 miles away. After transmitting his final few words, he transformed into a streak of azure light without looking back. Now, while the people of the Han family had some connection to him, the true family members in his heart were always his parents, elder brother, and younger sister. Although the scholar and the burly man always treated him with extreme respect, Han Li could not develop a close feeling towards them. After all, the many generations of separation, coupled with the changes in Qingniu Town and Wuli Valley, made Han Li feel an immense sense of alienation and difficulty in integrating. However, after visiting his hometown, the last bit of lingering attachment in his heart had finally faded. He believed that with the passage of more time, even this bit of connection would become insignificant. Silently contemplating, Han Li confirmed his direction and increased his flying speed. A few days later, while passing through Lanzhou, Han Li, on a sudden impulse, detoured to take a look at Jiayuan City. Upon entering the city, he found that it too had undergone significant changes. Not only had Sun Gu and the four-piece gang long disappeared, but even the Five Colors sect, which once dominated Lanzhou, had ceased to exist over 100 years ago, replaced by the newly risen Tianyi society. If he remembered correctly, the Five Colors sect seemed to have been backed by the Ling Beast Mountain at the time, which had suddenly switched allegiance back to the Yu Ling sect before the decisive battle with the Demon Path. Now that Yue state was under the control of the Ghost Spirit sect, it was natural for the Five Colors sect to decline. He could only hope that Mo Yuzhu and her daughter Wying Enning were safe. Unfortunately, due to the significant time gap, Han Li could not gather any information even after some inquiries. Han Li could only sigh and left hastily. As for Sun Gu, although the Sun family had pledged loyalty to him, he had never truly asked anything of them. Instead, he had given Sun Gu numerous benefits. After failing to gather any news about the Sun family, he had no reason to dwell on it. Thus, Han Li left Jiayuan City, heading straight for Yuanwu Kingdom without any further attachments. He planned to pass through Yuanwu Kingdom and return to the Luoyun sect. However, shortly after leaving Jiayuan City, he suddenly stopped in midair with a slight change in expression. He turned his head to glance at a distant spot, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, a group of people 200 miles away also stopped their escape light. Two of the white-clad women exchanged worried glances, their faces showing a trace of solemnity. Two martial aunts, what's wrong? Is something amiss? An old man behind the two white-clad women asked nervously upon seeing their expressions. Just now, we sensed the other party's position, but the spiritual infant suddenly stopped moving, remaining still. It might have detected our presence, said one of the white-clad women with willow-leaf eyebrows, her previous laziness replaced by a sharp, blade-like aura. Impossible. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be able to sense something at such a distance. Could it be that the secret technique you two used startled the spiritual infant within the restriction, causing the other party to notice something amiss? Another burly man speculated with a change in his expression. Impossible. Our technique was personally taught by your grandmaster, designed only to sense the position of the wooden spiritual infant. Unless the other party's power has reached the late nascent soul stage, they shouldn't detect anything abnormal. After all, we are separated by several hundred miles. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators, no matter how powerful their divine sense, can typically only observe within 100 miles radius at most. Could the cultivator tracking the spiritual infant really be a late-stage nascent soul old monster? The woman with the surname Liu shook her head firmly, denying the possibility. But Marshal Aunt Liu, why would the other party then? A green-robed female cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage still wanted to voice her concerns. Suddenly, Han Yunjai, who had been silently forming hand seals, spoke with a shocked expression. Not good. The spiritual infant is moving towards us. What, heading towards us? Has it really detected us? Liu's face turned pale, and she quickly began forming hand seals to sense something. Indeed, the person with the restricted spiritual infant is coming towards us at an incredible speed. It is undoubtedly a nascent soul stage cultivator, confirmed the woman after a brief moment, her face turning cold. Run, we mustn't engage with this person, or we will surely die. I remember that there is a branch of the ghost spirit sect nearby in Lanzhou. Let's head there. Although we have some differences, we are both part of the demon path. Faced with this unknown nascent soul stage cultivator, we have to rely on their formations for protection. Besides, the other party might not dare to openly attack a ghost spirit sect branch. We have a good chance of escaping, Han Yunjai said thoughtfully after a moment of consideration. Marshal Aunt Han is right. Let's go quickly, or it will be too late, the burly man in green robes said with a dry swallow, a bit panicked upon hearing about a nascent soul stage cultivator approaching. HMPH, what are you panicking for? Do we need you to tell us? Let's use the spiritual unity technique to merge our powers and increase our escape speed by nearly half. Quickly, start casting the spell, Liu said coldly, raising her eyebrows and glaring at the burly man. The man was startled and did not dare to say more. Immediately, with Han Yunjai and Liu as the leaders, the six began casting spells, each summoning their magical treasures and instruments. They connected their spiritual energy, transforming into a single streak of yellow light, fleeing into the sky at incredible speed. At this time, Han Li, with a grim expression, was flying towards them at full speed from the other direction. Han Li was unsure of the current strength of his divine sense. He only knew that when he intentionally cast the spell, relying on the fourth level of the Great Evolution technique, his divine sense could cover an area within 100 miles. Beyond 100 miles, although he couldn't meticulously detect everything, he could still sense the general movements within 200 to 300 miles with a high degree of accuracy. Just now, he suddenly felt a strange, concealed spiritual force surrounding him, lingering persistently. This startled Han Li. The spiritual force was so faint and peculiar that ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators would find it hard to detect, unless they had an extraordinarily strong divine sense like his. Although he didn't know the specifics, Han Li knew trouble was upon him. He guessed that either the massacre of the Fu family in Yuanwu Kingdom had been exposed, or the skirmish with the ghost spirit sect disciples in the Taiyu Mountain range had stirred up some issues. Without hesitation, he spread out his divine sense and discovered a few cultivators sneaking behind him, about 200 miles away. Although he couldn't identify these people due to the distance, Han Li had already decided to eliminate them. He flew towards them without hesitation. He would not allow any cultivators capable of tracking him to linger behind him. It was better to eliminate them to avoid future troubles. After all, there seemed to be only a few core formation stage cultivators. Eliminating them shouldn't take much effort. Instantly, a thick yellow light fled desperately in front, while on the other end, a dazzling azure streak over 10 feet long, chased after them with a clear sound. In just a short while, Han Li's escaping light was already within 100 miles of his target. This caused the Liu woman, who was intermittently casting spells to sense Han Li's position, to turn pale, finally showing a trace of fear. At this rate, they would be caught by the nascent soul stage cultivator before covering half the distance to the ghost spirit sect branch, leaving no time to escape into its protection. In her anxiety, the woman turned to discuss escape strategies with Han Yunjai, but her senior sister's delighted whisper interrupted her. "Look, a group of ghost spirit sect cultivators is heading towards us." Ghost spirit sect cultivators. Han Yunjai's not-so-soft exclamation not only invigorated the Liu woman, but also brought joy to the other 4 Yu Ling sect disciples. Although they didn't expect these cultivators to be strong enough to fend off a nascent soul stage cultivator, their help in delaying the pursuer, even briefly, was welcomed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the others saw over 10 black dots appearing ahead. Seeing this, the Liu woman felt slightly relieved and shot a glance at Han Yunjai. She was secretly impressed that her senior sister had noticed the ghost spirit sect cultivators much earlier. There was only one wooden spiritual infant, and although she and Han Yunjai appeared as close sisters, in reality, they were competitors, each hopping to fuse with the spiritual infant for a rapid ascension. The competition was fierce, and neither would willingly let go of such an opportunity. As the 6 cultivators drove the yellow light, they quickly arrived before the ghost spirit sect disciples. The spiritual energy dispersed, and the 6 of them emerged from the light, appearing before the ghost spirit sect cultivators. The ghost spirit sect disciples had already noticed the Yu Ling sect group. Although they didn't make any hostile moves immediately, they spread out, adopting a defensive stance. Well, if it isn't junior sisters Han and Liu from the Yu Ling sect, what brings you to UA? The state, such rare guests. A somewhat surprised voice came from the group of ghost spirit sect disciples, as 3 core formation stage cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, stepped forward. Among these 3 people, one had a calm demeanor and wore black clothes. Another was dressed in luxurious robes with a frivolous look in his eyes, and the last was a woman in her 30s, still retaining some charm. Oh, it's Brother Zun, a disciple of Master Suipo. What a coincidence! The woman surnamed Liu said with a charming smile as she saw these 3 disciples of Master Suipo. But the 3 black-clothed cultivators opposite her coldly scrutinized them, their faces showing some somberness. The woman among them even asked with a hostile expression, "Coincidence? Why are you 2 Yu Ling sect sisters sneaking into Yue State instead of staying in Yuanwu Kingdom? Do you look down on our ghost spirit sect?" "Sister Lin, you've misunderstood. Sister Han and I came to Yue State under our master's orders. The matter was urgent, so we didn't have time to inform your sect. Moreover, we will only stay in Yue State for a few days and then leave, meaning no disrespect, the woman surnamed Liu explained with a light laugh. No matter the reason for your visit to UA State, I won't pry. I only have one question. Did you go to the Taiyu mountain range a few days ago to retrieve something? The black-clothed cultivator asked emotionlessly, his eyes fixed on the woman surnamed Liu. Taiyu Mountain. Are you referring to the Taiyu Mountain range, where the former Huangfeng Valley of the Seven Sects of Yue State was located? Han Yunjai asked with a slightly puzzled look. So you really did go there, the black-clothed cultivator said expressionlessly, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, the elegant scholar and the woman next to him also showed signs of hostility. Han Yunjai and the woman surnamed Liu exchanged a look, both realizing the underlying animosity in the other's words. However, their group had never been to Taiyu Mountain. They had only been using a technique to remotely sense the position of the spiritual infant and knew that the cultivator with the restricted spiritual infant had stayed in the Taiyu Mountain area for about half a day. So the woman surnamed Liu quickly thought of an excuse and said, "We haven't been to Taiyu Mountain, but 100 miles behind us. There is a cultivator who stayed there for a while, roughly the time you mentioned. Brother Zun, are you perhaps looking for this person?" 100 miles behind. Sister Liu, are you making this up? How would you know if someone stayed in Taiyu Mountain? Is he also a cultivator from your sect? The scholar in luxurious robes asked with a playful smile after his eyes had roved over the two women's bodies. Brother Kwe, you jest. We wouldn't dare deceive you while in UA State. If you don't believe me, I can swear to it and you can go check yourself. We don't know the person. As for how we know this, it's a bit complicated. We have urgent matters to attend to now, but I can explain it in detail to you later, the woman surnamed Liu said with a slightly flushed face, looking charmingly at the scholar. Seeing her expression, the black-clothed cultivator frowned, feeling half-skeptical. After a moment's thought, his expression softened, and he said, "If it were an ordinary matter, I would naturally trust you. But this time, our 6th junior brother and some of his subordinates were killed in the Taiyu Mountains, leaving no trace behind. This has angered our master greatly. I checked the recent entries of high-level cultivators into UA State, and only your group's movements seemed suspicious. Since you claim that the person behind you stayed in Taiyu Mountain, why don't you come with us for a confrontation? I want to see who this person is. If he is indeed the killer, I will reward you handsomely afterward." The black-clothed cultivator's words, though seemingly casual, were accompanied by a tightening encirclement by the ghost spirit sect disciples. Seeing this situation, the woman surnamed Liu's face changed slightly. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked back in shock. Everyone felt a powerful and cold divine sense descending from the sky, enveloping them completely. Though they hadn't seen the person, the cold and hostile intent was palpable. "It's a nascent soul stage cultivator. You said this person was a nascent soul stage elder and tried to deceive us into our deaths," the charming woman exclaimed in anger and fear. "Enough talk, split up and flee. Whoever can escape should do so, the black-clothed cultivator said sternly. He transformed into a streak of black light and fled first. But that person might not be the killer of our sixth junior brother. There's no need to be so fearful, the scholar hesitated, but the woman next to him scoffed. If you want to risk your life, go ahead. I won't accompany you. She turned into a red light and shot off in another direction. The scholar looked furious, but after a hateful glance at the Yu Ling sect disciples, he also flew away. The remaining Yu Ling sect disciples, seeing this, naturally scattered in a panic. The terror of a nascent soul stage cultivator left them with no will to resist. This group is useless. They not only failed to help, but also wasted our time for escape, the woman surnamed Liu muttered angrily. No, the situation is better now. With these people as cover, our chances of escape have increased. Let's each rely on our fate, Han Yunjai said calmly, patting her spirit beast pouch. A large white bird appeared in the air. The woman surnamed Liu and the other Yu Ling sect disciples quickly adjusted their routes, either fleeing directly on their magic instruments or releasing flying spirit beasts like Han Yunjai to escape. The only commonality was that they all fled alone, in different directions, to avoid being targeted by the pursuing cultivator. In an instant, the area was empty of people. Their thought was that even if the nascent soul stage cultivator was fast, he couldn't catch all of them, allowing most to escape with their lives. Han Li, now within 100 miles, had sensed the situation. Seeing the additional group of demonic cultivators, he was slightly puzzled. But as both groups scattered, he frowned, finding it a bit tricky. With a cold expression, Han Li took a deep breath. Thunder sounded behind him, and silver arcs of lightning danced, revealing a pair of silver wings. With the demonic thunder injected into his wind and thunder wings, Han Li disappeared in an arc of lightning, reappearing several miles away. Repeating this thunder escape technique, Han Li's figure flickered closer to the spot where the cultivators had separated. Without expression, he extended his divine sense, quickly locating all the fleeing demonic cultivators. The farthest was over 50 miles away, while the nearest was just 10 miles off. With a cold laugh, Han Li locked onto the farthest core formation stage cultivator, then disappeared in a flash of lightning. The furthest fleeing person was not the black-clothed cultivator, but the charming woman in her 30s. She had used some peculiar technique, despite her core formation early-stage cultivation. Covered in red light and jumping spirit flames, she moved like a fiery spirit, transforming into a huge fireball. Around the fireball, several bands of green light extended from her body, propelling her a dozen feet with each move at an astonishing speed. Where I looked, there was nothing but emptiness, not a ghostly figure in sight. Yet the deep rumbling grew louder, as if in the blink of an eye it had arrived nearby. The woman's beautiful face paled instantly, her eyes darting frantically in horror, but then she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and with a speed even faster than before, hurriedly vanished into thin air. But in that moment of delay, where just a moment ago there was no one in sight, a glint of silver suddenly flashed, then disappeared again. When the silver light flickered once more, it had already approached within 100 yards. Inside, there was a figure with wings on its back, precisely Han Li catching up. Han Li looked at the woman flying ahead in a blaze of red light, feeling somewhat surprised by her incredible speed. It seemed that in this vast world, there were countless miraculous techniques and arts. Even a foundation establishment female cultivator possessed such terrifying escape techniques. There were probably many secret techniques and treasures in the world that were faster than the wind thunder wings. Han Li felt a bit emotional, but his thunder wings never stopped flapping. With another flap of his silver wings, Han Li transformed into a streak of light, appearing in front of the woman. Then, with ease, he raised a hand, fingers slightly apart, and 5 green sword lights shot out from his fingertips. The woman was so shocked that her face turned pale, crying out, "Senior, spare me." Then a bright red light enveloped her, merging with several green sword lights into a thick red and green shield, firmly protecting her inside. Han Li frowned slightly, looking at the woman without saying a word. Nevertheless, the 5 sword energies connected into one line, striking the shield. Muffled thuds came from the impact. This wind-fire attribute shield was quite powerful, managing to block the first 3 sword energies in a row. But when the 4th sword energy struck, the shield shattered. The woman didn't even have time to use other means before she was pierced by the last 2 sword energies and died. Han Li looked at the woman's body falling straight down, shaking his head lightly. With a flick of his finger, a fireball flew out, turning the woman's body into ashes. Her storage pouch and the belt-like magic treasure on her body were easily caught by him with a single hand. "If I don't kill you, I'm afraid it'll be the nascent soul old monster from the devil Tao chasing after me." Han Li sighed, his body flashing with thunder light as he chased after another person locked in his spiritual sense. This time, his target was the black-robed cultivator among all the cultivators, whose cultivation was already at the peak of the middle foundation establishment stage, about to enter the late foundation establishment stage. However, as Han Li chased after him, he suddenly patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing a large number of tricolor devouring gold bugs. Then, under his spiritual sense guidance, all the flying bugs immediately condensed into a dozen tricolor flying swords, each chasing after the foundation establishment cultivators who were desperately fleeing. These people had shallow cultivation bases and relatively slow speeds, so Han Li couldn't be bothered to kill them one by one. Using these transformed spiritual bugs as flying swords was enough to kill them simultaneously. As for those foundation establishment cultivators, he would deal with them personally. After all, these people were not slow in their escape, and relying solely on spiritual bugs to chase them down would probably not be very effective. Because although the devouring gold bugs were fast over short distances, they might not have enough endurance over such long distances. The black-robed cultivator stepped on a glossy black short blade, his face gloomy as he hurried along. This time, he came out to find the culprit who killed his sixth junior brother, only to run into a nascent soul cultivator unexpectedly. It seemed that his sixth junior brother was not killed by this unknown cultivator, but he must have some connection with those spirit master sect cultivators. Seeing how terrified the spirit master sect cultivators were when they saw the person chasing them from behind, it was most likely that they had provoked some enemy of the spirit master sect, and they had been affected this time. If it weren't for the hostile intentions of the other party, they would probably have killed them without hesitation. He really didn't want to flee in such a sorry state. But no matter what, now that a nascent soul old monster was involved, the matter of his sixth junior brother's death was beyond their ability to handle. When he returned, he must report to his master and ask him to take action. The fact that the other party dared to pursue them, the foundation establishment cultivators of the Devil Tao, indicated that this person was either a nascent soul old monster from another power or a lone cultivator passing through. Otherwise, with such a huge force in the Devil Tao, there would always be some fear. Just as the black-robed cultivator was secretly worried, a strange, thunderous sound came from the side, intermittent and fluctuating in intensity. The black-robed cultivator's heart trembled, turning his head vigilantly to look. As a result, a flash of green light appeared, and he was gone without a trace. Han Li waved his hand expressionlessly, recalling the giant green sword from a distance. Although this person was careful to activate his protective light shield while flying, under the attack of the giant sword transformed from several green bamboo bee-cloud swords, the shield was as weak as thin paper, shattered by a single blow, and had no effect at all. Now, with a turn of his gaze, Han Li looked towards another direction in the distance. Guided by two emerald green skulls, the man in the brocade robe looked around nervously from left to right. He was well aware that, although he had flown such a long distance without interruption, and the nascent soul cultivator did not seem to be chasing him from the beginning, as long as he was still under the powerful spiritual sense of the other party, he could be pursued at any moment. Therefore, while he exerted all his strength to fly, he also tried to keep his spiritual sense fully open, keeping his guard up at all times. However, just as he looked ahead again with an uneasy mind, his heart sank to the bottom. Not far away in the sky, there was suddenly a young man in his 20s, wearing a light blue Confucian robe, smiling gently at him, revealing a dazzling set of sparkling white teeth. Before the man in the brocade robe could react and flee, the young man had already spoken with a pleasant tone. "Friend, you've traveled such a long distance. It must have been exhausting. Let me give you a ride." As soon as Han Li finished speaking, he waved his sleeves. Countless golden dots surged out from his sleeves, instantly turning into a huge golden cloud that covered the sky, pouring down like rain. Before the man in the brocade robe could even scream, he and his magic treasure were swallowed up by the golden cloud. After a moment, the golden cloud flew up again, leaving the place empty, and the man in the brocade robe evaporated from the world. These evolved, devouring gold bugs are indeed much more powerful than before. They can even devour magic treasures in an instant, truly living up to their name of devouring anything. Han Li observed this scene with an unchanged expression, muttering to himself. He then tossed out a spirit beast pouch from his sleeve, and after circling in the air for a few times, the golden, devouring gold bugs reluctantly flew back into the pouch. This made Han Li frown slightly and sigh inwardly. As these insects grew stronger, controlling them was no longer as effortless as before. With a rumbling sound, Han Li vanished in a flash of silver light. Han Yunjai, riding on a pure white spirit bird, transformed into a white rainbow about 3 or 4 zhang long, hurriedly flying forward. At this moment, both she and the spirit bird were enveloped in a gentle white light, which, against her jade-like face, added an extra touch of sanctity. However, her eyebrows were tightly knitted now, and she held a palm-sized green jade disc in her hand, scrutinizing it carefully with a look of uncertainty on her face. The jade disc was crystal clear, emerald green, with numerous ancient gold and silver runes and intricate engravings around its edges, exuding an astonishing green aura. At a glance, it was clearly an extraordinary treasure. In the center of the jade disc, on the mirror-like smooth surface, 7 or 8 red dots flickered intermittently like red fireflies. But at that moment, one of the light dots flashed and then suddenly disappeared from the center. Han Yunjai bit her lip, her face showing a trace of worry as she focused even more intently on the treasure in her hand, not blinking at all. Yet, in just a moment, 2 more red dots flickered and then vanished from the surface of the jade disc as well. Han Yunjai's beautiful, icy-cold face finally showed a drastic change in expression. When another red dot disappeared, only 2 dots remained on the jade disc, flickering faintly and far apart from each other. Other than myself and Sister Liu, all 4 Foundation establishment disciples were killed almost simultaneously. Could it be that this person knows the art of splitting himself or has some incredible supernatural power? It seems I underestimated the abilities of these nascent soul old monsters. The Spirit Master sect cultivators probably aren't in any better shape. If I had known this, we should have all gathered together and fought this person. Han Yunjai softly brushed aside the hair on her forehead and muttered to herself with a bitter smile, her voice almost inaudible. Although Han Yunjai regretted her initial decision, she knew it was useless to dwell on it now. She put away the jade disc in her hand, took a deep breath, and then slightly opened her lips. A crystal-clear, round bead of light was spat out from her mouth. The bead spun once in front of Han Yunjai before settling motionlessly on the head of the bird beneath her. Han Yunjai formed a seal with her hands, her expression solemn as she pointed at the bead. The bead emitted a blinding light, and the bird beneath her let out a long cry, flapping its wings and accelerating, its speed now more than half again as fast as before. However, Han Yunjai's face turned pale, indicating that this secret technique was surely one that consumed a lot of her energy. But with death approaching, she had no other choice. Not long after she used this technique, thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind her. Han Yunjai's expression changed, knowing that her enemy had finally caught up. At this speed, she was using her fastest escape technique. Apart from hastily adding a protective shield around herself, she had no other means of defense. After all, the techniques she had chosen for easier core formation lacked any powerful divine abilities. Following two thunderclaps, a silver arc flashed past her side, and a winged figure appeared about 10 feet in front of her. Amidst the flickering green light, the figure's face was obscured. The figure raised a hand, and several blinding green beams appeared. Han Yunjai's face showed despair as she prepared to close her eyes and accept death. It's you." The figure glanced at Han Yunjai and expressed surprise. With a flick of the wrist, the green light disappeared. Han Yunjai was taken aback. Just as she tried to take a closer look at the figure, they vanished in a flash of lightning. Han Yunjai was stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, thunder sounded behind her again. Her heart sank as she tried to turn her head to look, but her shield shattered with a pop, and a thin golden arc struck her. Han Yunjai felt her entire body go numb and fell from the bird. At the same time, she vaguely sensed someone catching her, a masculine scent filling her senses. Overcome with shame and anger, she fainted. Han Li looked at the unconscious woman in his arms with a wry smile, appearing helpless. After an unknown amount of time, Han Yunjai slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw a clear, cloudless sky. Startled, she quickly sat up and found herself on a small, nameless hill. Nearby, the white bird lay motionless, seemingly unconscious. Han Yunjai hurried over to check and was relieved to find that the bird was only under a simple restriction, which she easily lifted. She then awakened the bird and flew it into the sky to look around. She realized she was still near the place where she had been captured, not moved far at all. Judging by the time, not much had passed. Han Yunjai's face showed confusion for a long time before she suddenly thought of something terrifying. She nervously checked her clothes and body. Everything was normal, with no signs of any terrible experience. Even her storage pouch and treasured items were untouched. Han Yunjai was stunned. Not only had her attacker not killed her, but they hadn't harmed her at all. What was going on? She was baffled. Recalling the surprise in her attacker's voice before she fainted, she looked puzzled. Could the nascent soul cultivator actually know her or be an acquaintance? Yet in her memory, aside from some ancestors of the Spirit Master sect, she had never met any other nascent soul cultivators. Unfortunately, the person's actions were too quick, and she couldn't see their face clearly. Their body was ordinary with no distinctive features. The only sound they made was a surprised hum, which revealed nothing. Han Yunjai stood in place, pondering for a long time without any results. Eventually, she reached into her bosom and pulled out the green jade disc. She formed a seal with one hand, muttered incantations, and sent a white spell into the disc. Immediately, the disc glowed green, and a red dot lit up in the center. Seeing this, Han Yunjai frowned. Recalling how easily she was subdued, she felt even more fearful. Her junior sister, Liu, was likely either dead or had escaped beyond the range of the disc's detection. Judging by her attacker's ruthless methods, the former seemed more likely. Han Yunjai sighed softly, put away the disc, and flew off on her spirit bird. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, Han Li flew through the sky, holding a young woman. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, his expression remained calm, revealing no emotions. After knocking Han Yunjai unconscious, Han Li had immediately changed direction to pursue another female cultivator from the Spirit Master sect. When she saw Han Li catching up, she released several foot-long flying centipedes in panic. These centipedes were different from ordinary ones, jet black with white wings, and they spewed white frost, looking vicious and fearsome. Han Li was first startled, then overjoyed. These centipedes were the six-winged frost centipedes, ranked 18th on the list of rare insects. Like his devouring gold bugs, they were ancient spiritual insects from the barbaric era. It's said they possessed some ice dragon blood. When fully matured, their bodies turned white, grew 6 wings, and their frost breath could freeze everything within 100 miles. However, these centipedes, like his devouring gold bugs before, were still juveniles. Their frost breath might be difficult for ordinary cultivators to resist, but for Han Li, who had refined some dry blue ice flames, it posed no threat. Using his techniques, Han Li easily absorbed the frost into his sleeves, leaving the Liu woman pale with fear. Taking advantage of this, he subdued her with a thunder technique, causing her to faint. Without her control, the centipedes returned to their spirit beast bag. Han Li looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, hesitating. Killing her would be easy, but doing so would make it impossible to acquire the centipede eggs. Cultivators who controlled spirit beasts usually placed a self-destruct restriction on them to prevent their enemies from gaining them if they died. If the master died unexpectedly, the spirit beasts would also explode. Of course, if the cultivator anticipated their death or wished to pass the beasts to their disciples, they would remove this restriction. Han Li's devouring gold bugs had the same restriction. Han Li wanted the centipede eggs, so he couldn't kill her. Moreover, he was also interested in the Spirit Master sect's insect-controlling techniques. The sect was famous for controlling spirit insects and beasts, surely having many unique methods. His devouring gold bugs needed better techniques for stronger control. Thinking of this, Han Li placed several restrictive spells and talismans on the woman, preventing her from waking up soon. Holding her, he transformed into a blue light and left. As for Han Yunjai, who reminded him of his gentle younger sister, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. His nature wasn't ruthless enough for that. So he left her there, not caring anymore. Since Han Yunjai hadn't seen his face, she wouldn't be able to say much if she returned. As long as he returned to the Ziguo quickly, even if the incident was exposed, what could the Spirit Master sect and Ghost Spirit Gate do to him? The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demonic Path were already enemies. A few years ago, the Sky Fiend sect's master had caused havoc at the three factions' sacred land in Yunmeng Mountain, and the three factions had to suffer silently. As long as he wasn't captured, the two major forces could only bicker. Han Li understood this well. He needed to hurry back now, to avoid being trapped by the demonic path's nascent soul cultivators. Thinking this, Han Li increased his speed. Just as several nascent soul cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect were annihilated, the door to the closed-door chamber at the former site of the Moon Conceal sect opened once again, and a robed cultivator walked out with a solemn expression. Several of his trusted disciples had fallen simultaneously, making it impossible for the old nascent soul demon to continue feigning ignorance in seclusion. Immediately, without saying a word, he released several transmission symbols, sending messages to all the branch altars of the Ghost Spirit sect in Yue country, ordering an immediate investigation into the deaths of his disciples. He intended to personally take action and see who dared to lay hands on the disciples of the fragmented soul sect. However, his actions were obviously delayed. Before the demon cultivators of the Ghost Spirit sect could launch a large-scale search, Han Li had already left Yue country and began crossing the Yuanwu continent. The fragmented soul, true, immortal, ultimately gained nothing. He only vaguely knew that several of his disciples had been killed by an unknown nascent soul cultivator. The other party had already left Yue country, so even though he was furious, there was nothing he could do. And more than 10 days later, Han Yunjai returned to the Kailing Mountains in Tianluo country with unease, kneeling in front of the dark stone chamber and briefly recounting the events, personally begging for forgiveness from the old man inside. You were discovered by the other party from hundreds of miles away. All the others and the cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect were all wiped out, yet you alone managed to escape unharmed. There was a hint of curiosity in the old man's voice. Yes, senior uncle, Yunjai and junior sister Liu escaped separately, but only I managed to escape. The whereabouts of the others are unknown. Perhaps they have not yet been harmed, or perhaps. Han Yunjai inexplicably concealed the fact that she had encountered an unknown nascent soul cultivator who seemed to spare her. She only vaguely mentioned that she had managed to escape. If the other party could suppress you to the extent of the wood spirit infant, it is naturally almost certain that they are a nascent soul cultivator. But being able to detect your movements from hundreds of miles away is terrifying. As far as I know, There are hardly any nascent soul cultivators in the entire southern heaven. Could it be one of those old monsters? The old man's voice lowered, carrying a deep sense of fear. I'm not sure about this, senior uncle. Because the other party's spiritual sense is so powerful, I dare not track them at close range. I can only vaguely sense that the person has left UA country, passed through Yuanwu, and headed north. Because going further is the territory of the righteous path and the influence of the heavenly Tao Alliance, I dare not follow any further. In the end, I failed to learn the identity of the other party and had to return to our sect. Please forgive me, senior uncle. You have done nothing wrong. Why apologize? If that person is indeed a nascent soul cultivator, even if I went in person, it would be useless. The fact that you were able to come back alive is already remarkable. This is also my oversight. I thought that with your and junior sister Liu's secret sensing technique, it would be enough to find out about the other party, but I didn't expect the possibility of the other party being a nascent soul cultivator. Now that person has run so far away, no matter how ingenious your secret technique is, you cannot sense the whereabouts of the spirit infant. Let's leave it at that for now. You may rest. Also, I heard that junior brother Han seems to have come out of seclusion. Go see him. The old man sighed in the room and said slowly. Seeing Han Yunjai's figure gradually disappearing, the old man in the stone chamber fell silent for a moment. Then, inexplicably, he spoke into the empty space. Whether what your junior sister said is true or false, was it really an old nascent soul cultivator who took away the spirit infant? You know, a cultivator of that level would never let Yunjai off so easily. There was no emotion in the old man's voice, as if he had become someone else entirely. Senior uncle, just now I used a secret technique to sense junior sister Han's emotions slightly. Although I can't say they were completely normal, most of the time they were stable. It was only during the part about escaping that there was some confusion. I suspect that the concealed part mostly has something to do with this. With the old man's inquiry, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes appeared from behind the stone chamber, respectfully addressing the old man. Humph, I think so too. If it weren't for her being junior sister Han's descendant, I wouldn't have let her go so easily. I might even have to resort to soul-searching techniques to see what she was hiding. Now, instead of looking at her face, I'm looking at her relationship with junior sister Han. She's usually very fond of her. She even went to the extent of exhausting her vitality to help her cultivate and refine her body. Since what she's hiding isn't something crucial, I'm not going to bother pursuing it further. As for the spirit infant falling into the hands of those old guys, that's the real trouble. Fortunately, the one lost this time is the wood spirit infant, and the other two spirit infants are still safe. And as for the wood spirit infant, I remember there's a spare one. Although it's a bit inferior, let's cultivate it for now and see. I really don't know if we can wait until the day when all 5 spirit infants gather. The old man sighed deeply, feeling somewhat depressed. This 5-element spirit infant technique was originally a great magical technique lost to our sect for many years. If it weren't for senior uncle accidentally refining the earth spirit infant a few years ago, I'm afraid our sect still wouldn't have been able to gather all 5 spirit infants. As long as all the spirit infants are ready, and then we use the technique to merge the spirit infants with our sect disciples, it won't be long before our exquisite spirit sect will have the equivalent of 5 nascent soul cultivators out of thin air, enough to contend for the position of the leading sect in the demonic path with the harmony sect. However, these cultivators, although they possess the abilities of nascent soul cultivators, do not have the lifespan of true nascent soul cultivators, which is a pity. As for the lost wood spirit infant, it was the earliest and most fierce spirit infant to be refined. It is said that it even devoured the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator in our sect before. It's extremely ferocious and difficult to tame. If lost, it's actually a good thing. The middle-aged man said solemnly. He, how could I not know what you said? That wood spirit infant unexpectedly gained consciousness thousands of years ago, and even secretly sneaked into our exquisite spirit sex library, peeking at many secret techniques and cultivation methods. This greatly enhanced its abilities, breaking through the restrictions in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the fact that our sect happened to have a nascent soul senior at the time, who used a great magical technique to suppress it, it would have almost caused a catastrophe. However, it was also because of this incident that I estimate that if we can merge this spirit infant, it would probably not be impossible for that merged disciple to possess the abilities of a mid-nascent soul cultivator in one fell swoop. Naturally, I'm unwilling to let go easily. Ironically, before merging the spirit infants, instead of deepening the 5-element spirit infants' powers, we must constantly weaken the cultivation of the spirit infants. Only in this way can we ensure that when merging, our sect disciples' nascent souls won't be devoured by the spirit infants. Otherwise, why would I risk letting someone take the wood spirit infant to the Kyanjin Valley in the Yuanwu country to endure the gold wind body purification? The old man said calmly, but the regret in his words was still very evident. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought, he smiled bitterly and remained silent. More than a month later, Han Li finally arrived in the Ziguo kingdom and returned to his cave dwelling. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. After placing the woman named Liu in the quiet room, he first checked on Mu Palin's situation at the Xifeng Peak. Seeing that this woman was still practicing in seclusion, he was very satisfied. He then went to visit the 2 elders of the Falling Cloud sect, letting them know that he had returned. The 2 silver-haired elders were naturally very happy to see Han Li. They briefly asked about Han Li's situation during his trip. Han Li just brushed it off casually, only mentioning that he had killed several nascent soul disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect and the Flame sect on the way. As a result, the 2 of them not only didn't show any signs of worry, but instead loudly praised him. It seemed that the 2 of them still held a grudge against the Tianzhang and Demon Dao's calculation against them last time. Especially the silver-haired elder, in order to save his life, had to use a life-saving secret technique, causing him to still suffer from severe injuries and not yet fully recover. Han Li's actions this time also helped them vent some of their grievances. Seeing this situation, Han Li felt even more relieved. After chatting for half a day, he returned to his cave dwelling. On the way, he began to contemplate how to deal with the beautiful woman in white. The woman named Liu woke up in a daze. As soon as her bright eyes opened, she saw a face almost close to hers. She couldn't help but sit up in shock, hurriedly retreating several steps, leaning against a stone wall. Only then did she realize that the owner of the face was a young woman in her 20s, smiling at her. And she found herself in a seemingly completely enclosed secret room, with nothing but a round cushion besides her. "Friend, you're awake. If there's nothing wrong, please come with me to see the master." The young woman smiled and said, "Master, who is he? Where is this place?" Liu Yu was still confused for a moment. Amidst the confusion in her mind, she hesitated and asked, "Friend, you'll know when you come with me. As for this place, this is Yunmeng Mountain in the Ziguo Kingdom. I think you should know where you are." The young woman, Silver Moon, looked up and down at the tall figure of this woman, slowly saying, "Ziguo Kingdom, Yunmeng Mountain. Are you people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance?" Liu Yu only took a moment to figure out the other party's origin, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Friend, you are truly wise. This is indeed the Falling Cloud sect of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Miss, please come with me quickly. My master is still waiting." Silver Moon's eyes flickered as she urged quietly, "All right, this young lady also wants to meet this senior. Please lead the way, friend." The woman in white was not an ordinary cultivator either. She quickly regained her composure. With a slight smile, Silver Moon gracefully walked out of the quiet room. The woman in white followed silently behind her. After a moment, the two women arrived in the hall, one in front and the other behind. Han Li was sitting on a stone chair, his clear eyes staring at a huge light shield in the middle of the hall. Inside, there was a spiritual beast ramming its head against the shield frantically, but the earth attribute prohibition lines remained unmoved, and the deep yellow shield was as sturdy as a rock. Liu Yu carefully observed the spiritual beast. She saw that its body resembled that of a green bull, covered in scales, with 4 hooves of pale silver, surprisingly a rare iron rhinoceros. Although this spiritual beast was not an ancient variant, it was still a rare spiritual beast rarely seen in the cultivation world. It seemed that the Yuanwu Fu family, which had just been wiped out, had such an ancestral iron rhinoceros. It was said that it could contend with mid-core formation stage cultivators without falling behind. Could it be this beast? Thinking about it, it seemed that the person in front of her had wiped out the entire Fu family and then taken possession of this spiritual beast. Liu Yu couldn't help feeling alarmed by Han Li's ruthless methods. It was truly ominous to fall into the hands of a nascent soul stage cultivator like him. However, she also felt a hint of doubt about Han Li's apparent young age. After all, male cultivators rarely practiced techniques that preserved their youthful appearance. After reaching the nascent soul stage, they usually appeared middle-aged. Of course, this middle-aged appearance referred to cultivators in their 300 to 400 years old. As one's cultivation level increased, the rate of aging slowed down. So in the cultivation world, it was not unusual for some elders to refer to middle-aged cultivators as senior uncle or elder uncle. At this moment, Silver Moon stood in front of Han Li. She said respectfully, "Master, I have brought the guest from the Illusion Spirit sect." You may step down." Han Li nodded casually and said, "Yes, Master." Silver Moon knew that her transformation couldn't last long, so Han Li had said this on purpose. She smiled and quietly withdrew. Liu Yu walked nervously to Han Li's side and bowed lightly. She stood aside with a gentle and pitiful demeanor, looking particularly meek and adorable. But Han Li cast a cold glance at her, then turned his head to look at the iron rhinoceros inside the light shield, flicking his finger. A slender electric arc shot out from his fingertip, piercing through the light shield and hitting the body of the spiritual beast. The iron rhinoceros was covered in electric arcs, let out a mournful cry, and fell to the ground with a thud. Its hooves twitched incessantly, unable to get up. Seeing Han Li easily subduing such a powerful spiritual beast with a single blow, Liu Yu's expression changed slightly, but she quickly composed herself again. However, Han Li's divine sense detected a slight increase in her heartbeat compared to before. At this moment, Han Li's gaze returned to the woman in white, calmly asking, "What is your name, friend? Why did you follow me for no reason? It's normal for cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect and Flame sect to come after me, but I seem to have not provoked your Illusion Spirit sect." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Liu Yu's expression became somewhat unnatural after a moment of surprise. But after biting her lip, she softly replied, "Senior, we were ordered to track your whereabouts because you imprisoned our Illusion Spirit sect's Zhai Mu Spirit infant. If there's any offense, I hope Senior won't take it personally. I'm just following orders." This woman knew that even if she didn't tell the truth, a nascent soul stage cultivator like Han Li could easily extract the information he wanted through some soul-searching technique. She didn't want to end up with damaged spiritual sense, becoming like a fool. "Zhai Mu Spirit infant. You mean that green little demon?" Han Li frowned, immediately recalling the strange little creature he had captured alive, feeling somewhat surprised. "Yes, that's the spirit infant. It was painstakingly refined by our Illusion Spirit sect and is extremely important to our sect. Unfortunately, it escaped unexpectedly this time and was captured by Senior." Liu Yu explained with a bitter smile. "Refined? I thought it was some kind of demonic infant. But this little thing is indeed quite troublesome. If it weren't for running into me, there probably wouldn't be many cultivators who could deal with it." Han Li's eyes flickered with coldness as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's delicate face seemed to show a hint of embarrassment, but immediately returned to a calm appearance. However, Han Li's divine sense keenly sensed that the woman's heartbeat had increased slightly compared to before. At this moment, Han Li turned his gaze back to the woman in white and asked calmly, however, "How did you know that I captured the spirit infant and track me down so quickly? Did you tamper with the spirit infant in some way? If so, it shouldn't have escaped my divine sense." "Senior, I assure you, we of the Illusion Spirit sect did not place any tracking restrictions on the spirit infant. Instead, a fellow disciple and I practiced a special secret technique together, which allows us to sense the approximate location of the Zhai Mu spirit infant from a distance. That's why we were sent by our senior brothers to track Senior. Of course, there is a distance limitation to this sensing. If it goes too far, beyond tens of thousands of miles, neither I nor my fellow disciple can do anything." Liu Yu appeared to have no intention of hiding anything, not only answering Han Li's questions, but also voluntarily disclosing other related matters. Han Li listened, nodding slightly. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or false, he was quite satisfied with this woman's wit. However, he asked a question that made Liu Yu's expression change dramatically. "Since your illusion spirit sect has put in so much effort to refine this kind of spirit infant, it must be very useful. Can you tell me about it?" After saying this, Han Li squinted his eyes, staring at the woman without speaking. Liu Yu's delicate face showed a trace of hesitation, but when she met Han Li's cold gaze, she shivered involuntarily and quickly replied, "This Zhai Mu spirit infant is indeed extraordinary. It can merge and blend with a wood spirit root cultivator who has practiced a special technique, allowing them to possess the cultivation base and abilities of the nascent soul stage without condensing their own nascent soul. Instead, they directly use the spirit infant as a substitute for the nascent soul, thus obtaining the cultivation base of the nascent soul stage and its abilities. Although she knew that revealing the secret of the spirit infant would not benefit her when she returned to the illusion spirit sect, she also knew that she couldn't pass this test without telling the truth. This seemingly young nascent soul stage cultivator was definitely not someone who would take pity on others. She had to prioritize her safety for now. To directly reach the nascent soul stage, and there is such a method. If this is true, your illusion spirit sect should have long dominated the demonic path. Why are you still inferior to the illusion spirit sect? Is there any other restriction on this secret technique?" Han Li was startled by the woman's words, but after calming down, he spoke incisively. "Senior's insight is keen. Indeed, this kind of spirit infant cannot be mass-produced. Although this secret technique was created a long time ago, nurturing the spirit infant is extremely difficult. Not only are the refining materials extremely rare, but it also seems to involve cooperation from elders nearing their end of life within the sect, which is necessary to attempt the refining. It seems that these elders who have reached the end of their lives and dispersed their nascent souls are indispensable conditions. And the manifestation of each spirit infant is also a matter of chance. Out of a dozen attempts, it's not known if it will succeed once. To perform the fusion ritual, you must also gather 5 different attributes of spirit infants at the same time. If anyone is missing, the fusion will fail due to the lack of a complete set of 5 elements. So far, our illusion spirit sect has only accumulated 6 or 7 types of spirit infants. We have always lacked the rarest gold attribute spirit infant. It was only a few decades ago that we accidentally refined this gold attribute spirit infant. With this, the sect immediately selected 10 foundation establishment cultivators as candidates for fusion, who began to specialize in practicing related secret techniques. When conditions are ripe, 5 people will be selected from our sect to perform the fusion ceremony. Liu Yu's voice was melodious and pleasant as she revealed the related secrets one by one. Han Li listened, his face expressionless, but he was deeply moved inside. Supporting his chin with one hand, he pondered for a moment. After a while, he spoke slowly. Since these cultivators entered the nascent soul stage through shortcuts, they must have some differences from true nascent soul stage cultivators. There must be many flaws, right? This method of fusing spirit infants made Han Li think of corpse marrow cultivators. It seemed that both were similar types of quick cultivation methods. Of course, nurturing spirit infants was much more difficult than cultivating corpse marrows. Senior is correct. Although I don't know about other aspects, the most important aspect of nascent soul stage cultivators, astonishing lifespan, is absent after fusing with spirit infants. They still have the lifespan they had when they formed their foundation establishment. Moreover, once this secret technique is used, it seems that the chance to truly form nascent soul is lost forever, and their cultivation stagnates, unable to further advance in realm. It can be said that there are both advantages and disadvantages. Since she had already revealed part of the secret, Liu Yu decided to tell everything. After all, at this point, it seemed that there was no difference between saying more or less. After listening to the woman's words, Han Li finally had a general understanding of the Zhai Mu spirit infant he had captured. This thing was somewhat similar to his wailing soul beast, also a spirit creature artificially refined. However, judging from their ability to devour cultivators' nascent souls, they were obviously much more ferocious. At least the wailing soul beasts from before couldn't compare at all. Han Li's thoughts turned, but his words suddenly took a surprising turn, causing Liu Yu to be stunned. The several 6-winged frost centipedes you control are also extraordinary. Where did you get them? According to normal circumstances, with your cultivation level, it seems impossible to possess such ancient spirit creatures. Could it be that your sect or so-called senior brothers have never coveted these creatures? Senior also recognizes these spirit creatures. This junior found many ancient eggs of these insects in an abandoned cave of an ancient cultivator. Originally thought to be dead eggs that could not hatch, but after returning and trying, they unexpectedly hatched a few by chance. However, the elders of the sect said that although these spirit creatures are ancient species and have endless abilities when they reach adulthood, they are extremely difficult to cultivate. Even with all the conditions in place, it would still take thousands of years for them to grow up. Therefore, no one has thought of taking them. This junior also feels that these young creatures have considerable abilities, so they have been reluctant to replace them with other types of spirit creatures. Liu Yu explained with some surprise. At the same time, she was puzzled as to why the other party asked about these insects. Could it be that someone like Han Li, with his cultivation level, was also interested in these centipedes? However, even if cultivators in the nascent soul stage could live for thousands of years, they couldn't possibly spend so much effort nurturing these six-winged frost centipedes. They also couldn't afford such a long time. While Liu Yu was still puzzled, Han Li glanced at her and said something that made her heart skip a beat. I am very interested in your six-winged frost centipedes, and I have a way to elevate them 1 or 2 levels in a short time. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Han Li said calmly. What does Senior want this junior to do? Just say it. Liu Yu's bright eyes flowed, saying with a charming expression, showing a mixture of happiness and anger. But Han Li seemed indifferent to it, just continued. I can help you mature these six-winged frost centipedes, but the eggs they lay must be handed over to me. I have other uses for them. Also, I heard that the insect control technique of the Myoling sect is quite unique. I wonder if you are willing to teach me a thing or two. Insect control technique. Liu Yu's originally smiling expression froze. Regarding the high-level secrets of insect and beast control, they had always been the top secrets of the Myoling sect. If leaked to outsiders lightly, it would truly be a crime of betrayal. Even though Liu Yu had already prepared herself and fully agreed with Han Li's plan, she was still greatly surprised to hear this. Senior should know that revealing the sect's internal techniques without authorization is a major crime punishable by soul extraction. If I reveal the secret technique to Senior, I wonder how Senior will deal with me. Liu Yu looked at Han Li, saying somewhat anxiously. As long as I get the eggs and the technique I want, you can leave on your own. I won't stop you at all. As for whether to return to the Myoling sect or go elsewhere with the vast world out there, can't you find your place? Han Li said lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's expression fluctuated. After a while, she smiled bitterly and said, Senior's words are too easy. This junior knows very well about her own situation. If I become a wandering cultivator, I can forget about condensing nascent soul in this lifetime. Moreover, I now know Senior's identity and origin. How can Senior be so easily willing to let me go? I'm afraid I can't escape death. What do you plan to do then? Do you intend to make me swear an oath or to use this as leverage against me? Han Li didn't get angry at her words. He said calmly, Leverage? How dare I do that? I just want to seek a way to protect myself. Liu Yu shook her head, calmly saying, How do you intend to protect yourself? If Senior doesn't mind, this junior wants to join Senior's sect and become Senior's disciple, not knowing if Senior would agree. Liu Yu bowed her head slightly, saying something that surprised Han Li. Join my sect. Han Li was truly surprised. Yes, with Senior's cultivation level, it is more than enough to be this junior's master. As for this junior, I only dare to reveal the Myling sect's techniques to Senior because I can only dare to do so under Senior's protection. Otherwise, even if Senior doesn't kill me, I will be pursued by the Myling sect for the rest of my life. The woman's face showed a hint of fear. Han Li frowned and tapped the green stone chair beside him lightly, showing a pensive expression. Since you say so, joining my sect for self-preservation is not impossible. But I must plant a forbidden technique on you. I won't interfere much in your future cultivation. In short, you can be my named disciple and join the Falling Cloud sect to cultivate on your own. Are you still willing to do this? Hanley said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Planting a restriction is natural. After all, this junior was once a cultivator of the Myling sect. As long as Senior can protect this junior's safety, this junior will never have any complaints. As for guidance in cultivation, I originally thought I was just a lucky person who survived. I naturally dare not expect too much. Liu Yu seemed to understand the thoughts of someone like Han Li who was dedicated to cultivation, and readily agreed. Upon hearing the woman's enthusiastic agreement, Han Li fell silent. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Good, since you agree to these conditions, I won't go back on my word. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the other 2 elders of the Falling Cloud sect. From now on, you will change your name and join the Falling Cloud sect. You should go back to your original room and rest for a while. I will cast the forbidden technique on you later, and then remove the mana restraint on you." Han Li waved his hand, letting the woman leave. After thanking him again, Liu Yu respectfully left the hall. A yellow light flashed on one wall of the hall, and silver moon appeared out of thin air from the wall. "Why haven't you changed back to your original form?" Han Li glanced at the woman in front of him, asking nonchalantly. The cultivation level of this maidservant's fox form has improved a lot since before. It naturally takes a little longer to transform. But Master, do you really intend to accept this woman as your disciple? I remember that Master didn't like to accept disciples before, afraid of too many karmic entanglements that would hinder cultivation. Are these 6-winged frost centipedes really so important to Master? Otherwise, just to obtain the insect control technique, you could completely use the dream induction technique to forcefully search her soul. The maid's eyes turned slightly, asking in confusion. "You're right, I must have these 6-winged frost centipedes. Do you think, at the current rate of progress, how long will it take me to refine all the ice flames one by one?" Han Li leaned back, his face showing a lazy expression. "I don't know, at least." Silver Moon was taken aback by Han Li's question, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't make an accurate judgment. "To tell you the truth, it takes a year to refine a trace, and to completely refine all the ice flames for my own use, it will take at least 200 years. This time is too long. But the cold aura sprayed by these 6-winged frost centipedes can greatly shorten the time needed for refining, and it seems that it can also have a certain amplifying effect on the ice flames." Hanley said lightly. After finishing his words, he raised his hand and extended a finger. As a result, in the surprised gaze of Silver Moon, a white and blue light flashed at the tip of his finger. A pure white frost flower and a blue flame appeared successively on the tip of his finger, floating gently, exceptionally delicate. "This," Silver Moon exclaimed in surprise. But Han Li didn't show any change in expression. He gently blew on them, and a small piece of green mist instantly sprayed out, engulfing the frost flower and blue flame. The frost flower and blue flame instantly turned into dots of starlight, interweaving and mingling together. Then a deep explosion sounded, and a dazzling blue and white glow burst forth. In the green mist, a small purple bird suddenly appeared, flapping its wings and circling gracefully, extremely agile. Looking at the finger-sized purple bird, Han Li's face showed a satisfied expression. In the depths of his eyes, there was even a hint of excitement. "Silver Moon, do you still remember the Asura sacred fire that old demon Xuan Bone used back then?" Han Li exhaled lightly, suddenly saying, "The Asura sacred fire. Silver Moon naturally remembers. That's the demonic flame known as the Ghost Path Sacred Fire. If it's truly cultivated by Xuan Bone, although it can't be said to dominate the realm, there will definitely be very few opponents. Could it be that what the Master has integrated is this fire? It seems different from what I saw back then," Silver Moon said with some surprise. "This is naturally not the Asura sacred fire. Even I myself don't know the origin of this fire. But its power is obviously superior to the dry blue ice flame. If my guess is correct, as the cold chi emitted by the six-winged frost centipede upgrades, the power absorbed by this fire will only become stronger and stronger. In the end, it probably won't lose to the Asura sacred fire by much. It was only by chance that I discovered this after inadvertently absorbing the cold chi of the centipede. I must say, it's a stroke of luck." After saying this, Han Li flicked his finger, and the purple flame bird flew around his finger twice before swiftly disappearing into his palm. Silver Moon was startled for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. "Congratulations to the Master. The dry blue ice flame was already something ordinary nascent soul cultivators dared not touch. Now, with this newly integrated demonic flame, the Master's prospects in the southern heaven are quite promising." Silver Moon bowed lightly, her face filled with a smile, making her even more charming. "Sweeping through the southern heaven, that's speaking with quite an air. In the southern heaven, there are countless mid to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Each of these old monsters has lived for many years and is quite cunning. Don't they each have their own trump cards? Who knows, we might just encounter something that can restrain my demonic fire. This demonic fire will also have things that can counter it. In this world, there's no such thing as truly invincible techniques or treasures." Han Li shook his head, speaking seriously. "The Master is too modest. There are no such coincidences in this world." Silver Moon pursed her red lips, showing a dismissive look in her eyes. "That's hard to say. Isn't the gold-devouring beetle powerful enough? It's ranked in the top 15 of the strange insect list, but the blood jade spider ranked far behind it happens to be able to restrain it. If we encounter some cultivators who know their origins or treasures like the jade wood, the situation might not be good." This demonic fire will also have things that can restrain it. In this realm, there's no such thing as truly invincible techniques or treasures. Hanley smiled faintly. The master is indeed cautious. In that case, it seems necessary to prepare a few more trump cards to prevent being countered by opponents. Silver Moon's expression changed slightly after hearing this, nodding thoughtfully. Hanley seemed to be still not satisfied, slowly saying, I didn't take disciples before because my cultivation wasn't enough, and I've always been drifting without a fixed residence. Taking disciples would definitely be a burden. But now that I've settled in the falling cloud sect, it's natural to cultivate some of my own forces. In the cultivation world, personal strength is the most important, but if one is truly alone, there may be inconveniences and dangers. At the very least, the flow of information may be blocked, making it impossible to grasp useful intelligence in time. Like the news of the upcoming trading event in 2 years in the Kingdom of U. No one informed us proactively. Although I estimate that the 2 elders will eventually inform us, we won't be able to prepare in advance. And I see this girl Liu Yu, although her cultivation is not high, she doesn't seem like someone who only focuses on cultivation. After entering the falling cloud sect, she probably won't need my instructions and will probably work hard to develop her own power. This girl has been bound by the master with the forbidden god technique. Unless her cultivation surpasses the master in this life, she cannot betray the master. Her power naturally becomes the master's power. This is much more reliable than disciples recruited under normal circumstances. Silver Moon added with a smile. Hanley glanced at Silver Moon, saying calmly, as long as you know. Then his gaze shifted to the iron rhinoceros beast. At this moment, this spiritual beast staggered to its feet again. However, its fierce aura had greatly diminished, and its eyes revealed a hint of fear as it looked at Han Li. This spiritual beast is of no use to me, but because it's a family spiritual beast, it doesn't need to be refined and can be directly controlled by using a magic weapon. It's the best thing to trade. After you've trained it well, put it in the beast room. Then, when the trading event in the Kingdom of U comes, see if you can exchange it for some rare items. I'll go plant the Forbidden God technique on Liu Yu. Han Li took out a black token from his storage pouch and threw it to Silver Moon, instructing her. Yes, Master. Silver Moon received the token and answered respectfully. Han Li stood up and left the hall without saying another word. Silver Moon, alone, played with the token a few times, her face showing a pensive expression as she silently contemplated Han Li's words. But after a while, she suddenly smiled and raised the token, aiming it at the spiritual beast trapped in the barrier. Immediately, a burst of yellow light shot out from the token, enveloping the iron rhinoceros beast. In the hall, a miserable neigh rang out. The next day, after Han Li placed the Forbidden God technique on Liu Yu, he brought her to the silver-haired elder. Of course, he didn't tell the whole truth, only saying that he had some ties with this girl and had brought her back to the Zai country from the Myriad Spirit sect. He intended to accept her as a disciple and take care of her. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder was first stunned, but then he burst into laughter. I was wondering why junior brother Han would go to the territory of the devil path and come back so soon. It turns out it's for junior sister Liu. Excellent, very good. Our sect gains another foundation establishment female cultivator. I couldn't ask for more. The silver-haired elder readily agreed to let Liu Yu join the Falling Cloud sect. Han Li was quite satisfied with this and chatted with the elder for a while before leaving with Liu Yu. After that, Liu Yu officially changed her name to Liu Mei and formally became a named disciple under Han Li's tutelage. Although Han Li had said he wouldn't personally guide her cultivation, he was not stingy when she formally became his disciple. He immediately took out 2 magical treasures and several bottles of demon beast pills for foundation establishment cultivators and bestowed them upon her. If Liu Mei had felt a bit reluctant before becoming Han Li's disciple, seeing how generous her master was in giving her such valuable items made her express her gratitude with a big gift. At this moment, she felt for the first time that leaving the myriad spirit sect to become Han Li's disciple might not be a bad thing. However, being extremely obedient, she immediately copied the secret method of driving away insects onto a jade slip and handed it over to Han Li along with the 6-winged frost centipedes. Han Li naturally accepted this gift from his disciple calmly. After Liu Mei left Han Li's cave residence, she moved into the White Phoenix Peak of the Falling Cloud sect and established her own cave residence, becoming one of the high-level cultivators of the Falling Cloud sect. Perhaps it was because the silver-haired elder wanted to show his respect to Han Li. He even appointed her as the deputy peak master of the White Phoenix Peak, serving as the assistant to the female cultivator surnamed Song. After learning about this, Han Li just smiled. After obtaining those centipedes, he used nirvana grass to ripen them. If nirvana grass was useful to the gold-devouring beetle, it should be equally effective for the 6-winged frost centipedes. Then, he entered seclusion and began to comprehend the newly acquired insect control technique and the Xuan Mu infant transformation technique left by Xin Ryan. 3 months later, in the secret chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground without moving, his eyes closed, surrounded by a faint green light, as if he was cultivating some technique. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a clear light flashed in them. Without saying a word, he grabbed the spirit beast bag at his waist and threw it into the air, pointing at it with one hand and uttering a single word, "Swift." Instantly, thousands of 3-colored gold devouring beetles swarmed out of the bag and quickly formed a large cloud of insects, hovering and buzzing above Han Li's head. Han Li didn't even blink, but instead stood up, stepping on a mysterious pattern on the ground, chanting an incantation, and suddenly raised both hands. A green light shot out, enveloping the cloud of insects. The gold-devouring beetles, instead of buzzing, seemed to be crazily shuttling through the green light, intersecting with each other. But strangely, not one of them collided, appearing extremely eerie. Han Li stared intently at the cloud of insects, not blinking at all. But after a while, he formed a hand seal with one hand and grabbed into the void with the other, shouting lowly. The dazzling green light instantly collapsed, and the cloud of insects plummeted straight down, enveloping Han Li. At a speed several times faster than before, the spiritual insects crazily circled around Han Li, forming a solid insect barrier around him. Seeing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face. But after the smile disappeared, a deep and cryptic voice came from his mouth. Immediately, all the insects, centered around Han Li, rushed towards the center. The dazzling green light burst out simultaneously, making it impossible to look directly at it. After a moment, the light disappeared, but a three-colored, patterned, ancient, and simple battle armor appeared out of thin air on Han Li's body. This armor was shimmering with green light, its brilliance constantly flowing, showing that it was a sturdy and indestructible treasure. Seeing this, Han Li's smile became even stronger. With a single stroke of his hand across the surface of the armor, he felt its smoothness, unable to detect any abnormalities, which was simply incredible. The practice of the insect expelling technique was not difficult for Han Li. With his current realm and cultivation, comprehending these secret techniques came naturally to him. However, these techniques broadened his horizons. The methods and means of insect expelling and attacking the enemy recorded above amazed him. Especially the technique of insect armor, which allowed him to realize his vague ideas perfectly. In the past, although he could command the three-color parasitic gold insects to condense into simple things like swords, when it came to complex things like battle armor, he found it somewhat inadequate, with several unresolved difficulties. Now, with the law decision of insect armor recorded in the jade slip, after only a short month of practice, he could proficiently condense battle armor. Truly incredible. However, amidst his joy, Han Li secretly rejoiced. He believed that the master who created the insect armor technique could not easily possess powerful spirit insects like the parasitic gold insects to condense the armor. In terms of defense, it naturally paled in comparison to true armor treasures. Furthermore, insect cultivators were rare, hence why this technique wasn't well known. But in his hands, this law decision was different. The carapace of the three-color parasitic gold insects was originally tough to deal with, and combined with the unique ability of transformation and condensation, the defensive capability of this battle armor was only superior to ordinary armor, perfectly suited to him. Moreover, when those golden parasitic gold insects mastered the new control technique in the future, they could naturally transform into even better armor. Han Li was confident in this. Thinking about the mature form of the parasitic gold insects, Han Li found it hard to contain his excitement. After a while, Han Li finally calmed down. He gently touched the insect armor, pondered for a while, then exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. The insect armor dispersed again, returning to the various spirit insects. With a wave of his hand, Han Li collected them all into the spirit beast bag. He sat down again and calmly took out a cyan jade slip from the storage bag. It was the item left by Xin Ryan. Han Li held the object in both hands, squinted his eyes, and quickly immersed his divine sense into it. Ignoring the ancient array methods mentioned before, he directly found the final secret technique of the great Xuanwu infant transformation technique. This technique, created by a demonic cultivator in ancient times, was not only obscure and profound, but also filled with profound meanings. Han Li almost comprehended it word by word. The process was extremely slow. After half a year, Han Li finally understood half of this technique. But even so, Han Li was shocked and admired the ancient cultivator who created this technique from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, this technique seemed somewhat similar to the Taoist technique of transforming one's qi into the three pure ones. As for the differences, Han Li had never come into contact with Taoist techniques, so he naturally couldn't know. However, this technique was completely different from ordinary demonic techniques like the body outside the body technique. It was truly a miraculous technique for creating a second primordial infant. Once cultivated, one could possess two completely independent primordial infants. Although there was a distinction between primary and secondary, if one primordial infant accidentally perished, the other could continue to exist peacefully. However, if something happened to the primary infant, the secondary primordial infant would lose a lot of primordial energy before slowly transforming into the primary infant's existence. But if the secondary primordial infant was damaged, the impact on the primary infant could almost be ignored. What made Han Li even more excited was that once the secondary primordial infant was cultivated, one could choose a suitable body of a cultivator to merge with it and achieve incarnation. Once incarnated, one could become a true second existence outside the main body. Even if the main body vanished, as long as the incarnation existed, Han Li would still be alive. After all, both would have identical memories and emotions, just a duplicate copy on the secondary primordial infant. This was completely different from the soul-shaping incarnation Han Li cultivated initially. At that time, what Han Li cultivated was called the shattered soul incarnation, which controlled actions, but it was just a strand of divine sense split from Han Li's divine soul. It had no memories or emotions, nor autonomous abilities, almost equivalent to an advanced puppet. Moreover, this shattered soul incarnation couldn't stray too far from Han Li. Otherwise, due to the inability of divine sense perception, it would lose its ability to act. However, the incarnation cultivated by the great Xuanwu infant transformation technique was different. Not only could it be thousands of miles away from the cultivator it belonged to, it could also act and cultivate autonomously without orders or commands, no different from an ordinary cultivator. When Han Li saw this, he drew in a cold breath. But when he continued to comprehend, The jade slip finally mentioned the restrictions and flaws of cultivating this technique. Han Li understood it as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The excitement that had just risen suddenly plummeted. The difficulties mentioned left, Han Li dumbfounded and speechless for a while. Let's not talk about other things, just talk about the most important one: condensing the second primordial infant. Ordinary cultivators spent countless years just condensing the primary infant, let alone condensing the second primordial infant without a second nascent soul or so much time to spare. The only feasible method was to annex the primordial infant of another cultivator, erase their divine sense, and assimilate it with one's own divine sense to obtain the second primordial infant. Although the jade slip provided methods and techniques for annexation and erasure of primordial infant divine senses, the risks and low success rates were needless to say. Even if one succeeded in annexing another primordial infant, the subsequent assimilation process was even more dangerous. After all, forcibly seizing the primordial infant meant that even if the annexation was temporarily successful, to assimilate and become the same as oneself, one had to risk the possibility of being instinctively assimilated and devoured by the primordial infant. If the second primordial infant was successfully cultivated, and one had two primordial infants, the benefits were naturally numerous. To further advance and cultivate into an incarnation, one only needed to find a suitable body for the primordial infant to possess. Of course, the higher the original cultivation of this body, the better. Ideally, it would be the body of a primordial infant cultivator. Only in this way could the second incarnation be put to good use. But coming back to the point, it was not easy to capture or kill a primordial infant cultivator, let alone the latter. Han Li knew that he currently didn't have this possibility. Of course, even if you truly mastered the great Xuanwu infant transformation technique and truly cultivated an incarnation, it didn't mean that you would be worry-free from then on. You still had to be vigilant against the backlash of the incarnation. This second incarnation was actually equivalent to creating another oneself. But as time passed, the two would inevitably develop some differences in memory and emotion. There would be extremely powerful inner demons tempting the incarnation. The incarnation would desperately try to break free from the control of the main body. And even when the spiritual power far exceeded the main body, there was still the possibility of using the special relationship between the two to control the main body. In this way, although the incarnation could carry out the orders and commands of the main body from thousands of miles away, it was still better not to let it leave the main body for too long. Every once in a while, the unity decision secret technique of the great Xuanwu infant transformation technique should be used on it to eliminate the inner demons, reassimilate the two primordial souls, and strengthen control over the incarnation. Of course, besides preventing the backlash of the incarnation, this incarnation also had some minor flaws. But compared to the terrifying backlash, they were insignificant. In fact, when one possessed the second primordial infant, even if the great Xuanwu infant transformation technique was only partially mastered, it would still be advantageous in battles against others. One could use various powerful techniques, and the chance of survival would be much greater than that of an ordinary single-infant cultivator. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the danger of the incarnation's backlash. Now, Han Li's face was gloomy, as he carefully considered the possibilities and pros and cons of cultivating this divine technique. Although the cultivation of this secret technique was difficult, it was indeed a genuine and powerful divine technique that he was unwilling to give up easily. Once cultivated, it was equivalent to gaining an extra life out of thin air. It was truly tempting. As for how to obtain the primordial infants of other cultivators, after pondering for a while, Han Li took out a jade box covered with talismans and prohibitions from his storage bag. Inside was the wood spirit infant he had captured. He frowned, his fingers gently stroking the jade box, without saying a word for a long time. After hearing some of Liu Mei's explanation about the origins of the wood spirit infant, Han Li naturally knew that this spirit infant was different from ordinary primordial infants. But it was undeniable that since the mystic spirit sect could perform the 5 elements spirit infant secret technique, and allow the spirit infant to merge with a foundation establishment cultivator, it meant that this spirit infant was mostly similar to a primordial infant. Converting it into a second, primordial infant would most likely have no problem at all. Moreover, he originally had no use for this wood spirit infant, so even if he tried it, there would be no loss. As for the danger of annexing and erasing the divine sense of the primordial infant, Han Li was confident in his divine sense and the assistance of other treasures, so there should be no problem. The only thing to worry about was the invisible backlash from the primordial infant. If such a thing really happened, he would only have to sever the portion of his divine sense that had annexed the primordial infant, resulting in a great loss of spiritual consciousness. As for whether there would be any aftermath, or whether it would affect his consciousness, it was hard to say. Thinking of this, Han Li's face was full of hesitation. Staring at the jade box in his hand for a long time, Han Li sighed and slowly put the jade box into his storage bag. Then, a flash of green light appeared in his hand, and the light green jade slip appeared again in his palm. Should he take the risk to cultivate this second Yuan Wang? Or should he wait until he fully comprehends the Xuan Mu transformation infant technique before making a decision? After all, the risks and difficulties involved were considerable, so he decided to be more cautious. With this cautious decision in mind, Han Li immersed his divine sense into the technique and once again entered a state of trance-like absorption. The closed-door chamber remained tightly shut, while Yin Yue was also cultivating in another secret chamber not far away. All other miscellaneous tasks in the cave were handled by several giant ape puppets. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. On this day, near the Zime Peak where Han Li's cave was located, two streaks of blue and white light flew from afar. After the radiance dissipated, two figures emerged from the dense mist. They were none other than two elders from the falling cloud sect, the silver-haired old man and the middle-aged man with a greenish-yellow complexion. Seeing the tightly sealed array and restrictions, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. With a flick of his finger, the middle-aged man released a pre-prepared messaging symbol, which turned into a flame and disappeared into the array without a trace. At the same time, he turned to the silver-haired elder and said with a smile, "It seems that junior brother Han hasn't left his cave since he returned last time, truly focused on his cultivation. This is quite normal. Otherwise, junior brother Han wouldn't have successfully condensed his yuan Ying at the age of only 200. Unfortunately, my lifespan is nearing its end, so it's impossible for me to make further progress on the path of cultivation. And your chances are probably not much better," the elder said with a hint of dismay. Senior brother is joking. With senior brother's age, it should be no problem to live for another 200 or 300 years at least, the middle-aged man hastily reassured. He, junior brother Lu. My situation, don't you know it yourself? Perhaps before I was injured last time, I could have lived another 200 or 300 years without any problem. But now, although my injuries have mostly healed, the loss of vitality cannot be replenished just by meditating. Even if I don't engage in any more battles, I can only hold on for another 50 or 60 years at most. The silver-haired elder shook his head and said calmly. Senior brother. When junior brother Lu heard this, his face changed and he wanted to say something more. But the elder waved his hand to interrupt him and continued, "Even if I don't engage in battles anymore, I can only hold on for another 50 or 60 years at most. There's no need to comfort me about this. It's beyond doubt. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to recruit junior brother Han into the falling cloud sect and deliberately befriend him? You should know that under normal circumstances, even if you're eager to recruit someone, you should carefully investigate their background first. However, now it seems that my judgment was correct. Although this person's background is a bit convoluted, he does not have any ulterior motives against our falling cloud sect. Did junior brother really find out about junior brother Han's background with the disciples you sent out last time?" Junior brother Lu was surprised to hear this. Yes, although junior brother Han was vague about his background, with just his name, appearance, and his origin from the Yue Kingdom, my disciples sneaked into the Yue Kingdom and made some inquiries, finally clarifying junior brother Han's approximate background. You might not believe it, but this junior brother Han was actually a foundation establishment cultivator from the former Huangfeng Valley over 100 years ago, and he was quite famous during his time as a foundation establishment disciple. It is said that he alone killed many cultivators of the same level in battles against the devil path. But later, when Huangfeng Valley fell, that cunning old fox, Lengu Lao Guai, for some reason, mistook our junior brother Han for a pawn and disposed of him. After that, junior brother Han disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he had been hiding and cultivating until recently when he suddenly reappeared, having reached the late core formation stage, and even cultivated into Yuan Wying in our falling cloud sect. It seems that during this period of blank time, he must have encountered some other opportunities, the elder said calmly. Treated as a pawn. It's really funny. To discard a disciple of one's own sect who turned out to be a rare cultivation genius once in 1,000 years, and who advanced from foundation establishment to Yuan Wying in a short time. I wonder if Lengu Lao Guai regrets it. After all, the days of Huang Feng Valley under the Nine Nations Alliance are not easy. Relying solely on an old ghost like him is really stretching it. And if I remember correctly, he seems to be a cultivator of the same generation as senior brother, with not much lifespan left, right? Junior brother Lu sneered and said sarcastically, "Yes, Lengu Lao Guai is even older than me. But that old fox is well versed in the art of longevity, so his lifespan is a bit longer. And with his reputation as a Yuan Wying cultivator, there shouldn't be any major problems for Huang Feng Valley until his passing." I also had the same concern for the falling cloud sect, but I'm afraid that if I leave, junior brother Han will be left alone and unable to cope, the elder said with a worried look. If it weren't for us occupying Yumen Mountain, a spiritual mountain and the Holy Land, with just junior brother Han alone, the falling cloud sect would be able to maintain its prosperity without any worries. But now that the sect's strength is slightly inferior, I'm afraid there will be many covetous eyes on the sect. Originally, I wanted to instruct junior brother to withdraw from Yumen Mountain after I left to avoid any major disasters for the sect. But now that junior brother Han has joined, everything is naturally different. Although this junior brother Han seems to be a diligent cultivator who is solely focused on pursuing the path of immortality and doesn't care much about the sect, the more he is like this, the more reassured I am. As long as we can win him over, unless we encounter some unprecedented catastrophe, our falling cloud sect will be worry-free for another 1,000 years, the silver-haired elder said confidently, stroking his long beard. However, although junior brother Han is a cultivation genius, he is still young and has just condensed his Yuan Wying. We don't really know how powerful his true abilities are. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, expressing his concern. Well, I have some concerns about that too. After all, there are some cultivators who are solely focused on cultivation and don't want to waste time on mastering powerful techniques. They only seek to elevate their realm. Although such cultivators have profound cultivation bases, they are unable to defeat cultivators of even 1 or 2 lower levels in battle. Although I don't think junior brother Han is such a cultivator, it's still better to be cautious. So, for this upcoming trade fair, I deliberately chose to stay behind and let you accompany junior brother Han on this trip, the silver-haired elder said mysteriously. Does senior brother mean? Junior brother Lu seemed to realize something and said. The elder smiled faintly, about to say something when the mist in front of them suddenly churned. The elder immediately fell silent. Junior brother Lu also shut his mouth. The billowing fog gently parted to reveal a passage in front of them. The two of them walked in without hesitation, gradually disappearing into the dense mist until they were completely out of sight. 3 months later, the largest trade fair in the South, held once every 100 years, was about to be held in the northernmost part of the Yu Kingdom. Built in a deep mountain in this country, Tianshan City was the headquarters of the Nine Nations Alliance and the only city of cultivators in the South. Everyone in this city, regardless of gender or age, possessed spiritual roots. There were as many as 6 or 7 core formation cultivators in this city alone, so it was enough to annihilate any cultivator who dared to cause trouble. Therefore, whether it was the righteous path, the devil path, the heaven path alliance, or the unruly wandering cultivators, they all dared not to be too reckless here. And about a month or two before the first trade fair in the South was officially held, the majority of the restrictions of the city's renowned protective array, the Upper Yuan Extinction Array, were removed by the Nine Nations Alliance. Because, by this time, some cultivators from distant places had already arrived in the city, and some impatient cultivators had set up stalls in some markets in the city, where others approached to inquire about prices and trade. After all, although there would be a wide variety of treasures and rare materials available during the trade fair, it was not something ordinary cultivators could afford. It was better to search for and purchase slightly rarer suitable materials earlier. The slightly deserted Tianshan city gradually became bustling, as if it were an ordinary city in the mortal world. However, the people walking on the streets of the city were all cultivators with high cultivation levels. And the only auction house in the city, also run by the Nine Nations Alliance, began to accept various rare items for auction and appraisal. The entire Tianshan city gradually became lively. And when there was only half a month left before the trade fair, there were 3 streaks of light flying steadily towards the city from thousands of miles away. As the streaks of light approached, they could be seen clearly. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all cultivators. Among them, a cold and beautiful female cultivator was walking close to a young man dressed in green, showing a somewhat intimate expression. The other person was a middle-aged man in blue, with his sleeves fluttering and an extraordinary aura. They were naturally Han Li and senior brother Lu, who had traveled from Ziguo. As for the beautiful female cultivator, she was Han Li's attendant, Mu Paling. The silver-haired elder Cheng stayed behind at the falling cloud sect to guard against any troublemakers, so he didn't come along. According to the elder, he had attended such grand events 7 or 8 times already and didn't have any urgent need for anything, so he naturally let the younger disciples take the opportunity. As a result, Han Li and senior brother Lu appeared here. Mu Paling had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation and happened to come out of seclusion. When she heard that the largest trade fair in the southern region was about to be held, she couldn't help but feel tempted to broaden her horizons. After all, if she couldn't successfully form her nascent soul, This trade fair might be her only chance to participate. Han Li wasn't a stingy person, and he didn't think there would be any danger in attending the trade fair, so he readily agreed. After all, the journey was not short, and having a beautiful woman accompany him was also a pleasant thing. Of course, for this trip to the trade fair, cultivators from the 3 schools of Yunmeng also had some disciples traveling either in groups or alone. Han Li and the others naturally didn't want to travel with these junior disciples, so they set off early and arrived in Yuguo first. They chose a route that avoided countries controlled by both the righteous and demonic paths, so they safely entered the scope of the 9 Nations Alliance and finally arrived near Tianshan City. At this moment, Han Li was casually admiring the scenery nearby, occasionally noticing other cultivators passing by in the distance. However, when their divine sense swept past senior brother Lu and him, their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to stay for a moment, immediately fleeing as if afraid of provoking something. Han Li and senior brother Lu didn't conceal their cultivation bases. When ordinary cultivators saw 2 Yuan Wying stage cultivators together, anyone would be frightened and quickly avoid them. At first, Mu Paling was somewhat uncomfortable with this, but after seeing it happen multiple times, she became accustomed to it. At this moment, senior brother Lu was talking to Han Li with a pleasant expression as they traveled forward. This trade fair has been held in Tianshan City for nearly 100 years now. Previously, it was always hosted by the righteous and demonic paths, alternating between the countries of Tianluo and Fengdu. After all, at that time, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had not yet been established, and the 9 Nations Alliance was suppressed by the Mulan Taoist, so this lucrative event could only be controlled by these 2 major powers. But as the righteous and demonic paths expanded, other factions' cultivators naturally couldn't trust them to continue hosting the trade fair. So, since the last time, the right to host the trade fair has unquestionably fallen to the neutral 9 Nations Alliance. This can also be considered a loss for the righteous and demonic powers after their rise in strength. Senior brother Lu, you're right. The 9 Nations Alliance indeed benefited from this. But I'm also somewhat interested in the rumors about Tianshan City. It's said to be the city of cultivators in the entire southern region. I heard that the Laoist coalition once penetrated into Yuguo's territory, and it was only under the walls of Tianshan City that the newly formed 9 Nations cultivators managed to defeat them using the Upper Yuan Extinction Array. The battle was said to be quite tragic, with numerous nascent soul stage cultivators perishing. It was truly a fierce battle. Han Li showed interest on his face as he spoke. "Haha, Han Junior brother, rest assured, Tianshan City will not disappoint you. However, I have always felt that Junior brother has changed somewhat after this recent seclusion, but it doesn't seem like an improvement in cultivation. It seems like Junior brother has perfected some kind of secret technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this strange feeling." After smiling, senior brother Lu suddenly changed the topic, probing. "I have indeed cultivated a new technique, but it's still far from completion. However, I've heard other disciples say that senior brother Lu's thousand-wave technique is a top-tier technique. I've always wanted to witness it. Han Li smiled faintly, easily shifting the conversation to senior brother Lu. Junior brother, don't listen to the nonsense of those disciples. My thousand-wave technique can only be considered an ordinary water attribute technique. Although it's extremely effective against nascent soul stage cultivators, it often loses against cultivators of the same level. Fortunately, this technique has 2 life-saving abilities, so I won't lose my life even if I'm defeated. Senior brother Lu shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Han Li believed it to some extent. He remembered the last time when senior brother Lu and elder Cheng were trapped together by the righteous and demonic forces. Senior brother Lu managed to escape unscathed, while the slightly higher cultivated elder Cheng only escaped after suffering severe injuries. It could be seen that senior brother Lu's life-saving methods were indeed extraordinary. Han Li's heart moved slightly, intending to say more, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked surprised as he turned his head to one side. "Sir, what's wrong?" Mu Paling, who was standing beside Han Li, asked curiously. At this moment, she was Han Li's attendant and naturally wouldn't show her cold demeanor. Instead, under her radiant beauty, she looked charming and alluring, her eyes flickering. "There's a group of cultivators flying towards us, and one of them is in the nascent soul stage. It seems they've also noticed us." Han Li frowned, but immediately composed himself and said calmly, "Oh, so it is. I didn't expect junior brother's divine sense to be so powerful, even sensing them before me. But junior brother is indeed cautious, keeping his divine sense open even near Tianshan City." Senior brother Lu looked in the direction indicated by Han Li and couldn't help but show surprise. He gave Han Li a higher evaluation. Han Li didn't say anything in response. With his powerful divine sense, there was no need to deliberately keep it open. It automatically sensed the approaching cultivator. However, the fact that a nascent soul cultivator could fly towards them from such a distance indicated that they were also someone with strong divine sense. Han Li and senior brother Lu were equally curious about who was coming over. The 3 of them inadvertently slowed down their flight. After a while, melodious drum music came from afar, and golden light flashed in the sky. A group of soldiers wearing golden helmets and armor, resembling heavenly generals, escorted a magnificent golden carriage, slowly flying towards them. Faintly, there were white cranes flying in front and palace maidens carrying tripods following behind, giving off an imposing imperial procession-like atmosphere. Mu Paling was stunned by the scene, her cherry mouth slightly open in astonishment. Han Li was equally astonished, but he appeared calm on the surface. He knew that the cultivators in the cultivation world were eccentric, especially after reaching the nascent soul stage. Some cultivators became strange and unpredictable due to the influence of their techniques or other reasons, so it was not uncommon. After being surprised, he didn't take it too seriously. However, senior brother Lu, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but gasp and immediately lowered his voice in shock. The Marquis of Nanlong. How could this old monster also come to the trade fair? Han Junior brother, don't speak recklessly. This person has vast magical powers and a peculiar temperament. But back then, I had a chance encounter with him. I'll handle everything. Senior brother Lu quickly instructed, then asked Han Li and Mu Paling to stop their flight and solemnly waited in place for the approaching cultivators. Seeing senior brother Lu so nervous, Han Li finally showed a hint of emotion on his face, but he didn't ask much, just followed suit. Seeing this, Mu Paling remained silent, showing even more tact. After a while, when the group of soldiers and the carriage were dozens of meters away from Han Li and the others, they suddenly stopped without any warning, and everything fell silent. Seeing this situation, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "Oh, so it's you, the disciple of that sour rascal, Muley. It seems you were only a nascent soul cultivator when we last met 300 years ago. I didn't expect that after 300 years you would also form your nascent soul. I heard that your master passed away shortly after we parted ways 300 years ago. It's truly a pity. But who is this friend beside you? He seems unfamiliar." A lazy voice came from the golden light, and the last sentence mentioned Han Li. Han Li heard the words and just smiled faintly, without saying much. He knew that senior brother Lu beside him would surely speak up for him. Sure enough, before the Marquis of Nanlong and the golden light could say anything, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu hurriedly spoke up and introduced Han Li first. "Marquis, this is Han Li, a junior brother who has just joined our falling cloud sect and recently formed his nascent soul. The lady beside him is his attendant, Miss Mu. Han Junior brother, the Marquis and my master are old acquaintances. You should also get to know each other. Marquis Nanlong, I've seen you." Han Li clasped his hands together calmly, appearing composed. "Han Li, that name sounds unfamiliar. It seems Han Taoist has indeed recently advanced to the nascent soul stage. I wonder how capable you are. Shall I give it a try?" The Marquis of Nanlong said casually from within the golden light of his beast carriage. "Huh, Han Junior brother has only formed his nascent soul for a few years. How could he possibly be a match for Marquis Nanlong, who is already in the mid-nascent soul stage?" Senior brother Lu's smiling face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Although this old eccentric had a strange temperament, how could he suddenly want to test Han Junior brother's abilities? It didn't seem like the same person senior brother Lu knew before. Rest assured, Marquis Nanlong won't take advantage of his higher cultivation to bully someone weaker. He just wants to compare divine senses. Han Junior brother's divine sense is quite strong, not like that of a recently formed nascent soul cultivator. I'm just interested in it. With the Marquis of Nanlong's words, the golden light on the beast carriage flashed, dimming down, revealing 3 figures sitting together in the middle of the huge carriage. 1 man and 2 women. The man was dressed in a purple python brocade robe, with a jade crown on his head and a long beard reaching his chest. He was sitting between the two women. The women were wearing snow-white palace dresses, beautiful and charming, leaning half on the man's embrace. The man with the long beard was naturally the Marquis of Nanlong, and the two women beside him were most likely his concubines. Although their cultivation was only around the foundation establishment stage, they were graceful and charming. Marquis, joking aside, although Han Jr. Brother's divine sense is slightly stronger, it's extremely dangerous to compare divine senses. We shouldn't attempt it lightly. Senior Brother Lu became a bit anxious and couldn't care less about his inner fears, directly rejecting the other party's suggestion. Lu Taoist, why so anxious? Perhaps Han Taoist is willing to give it a try. The Marquis of Nanlong chuckled coldly, saying calmly, his narrow eyes glinting with cold light as he looked at Han Li. Moreover, if Han Taoist refuses my goodwill, then we are already within 1,000 miles of Tianshan City, and it seems that the rules of forced transactions can be applied. Forced transaction? Marquis, what do you mean by that? Senior Brother Lu's face changed slightly, and he had a bad premonition. It's nothing. I see that this Miss Mew and Han Taoist are quite intimate. Is she Han Taoist's beloved? Well, I happen to have 2 beloved concubines as well, but I'm a bit tired of them. How about I exchange them for Han Taoist's attendant? My 2 concubines are no less beautiful and talented than Miss Mew. It clearly meets the conditions for a forced transaction. If Han Taoist refuses to trade, then we can compare our divine senses. If I win, not only can I keep my own attendant, but Han Taoist will also get my concubines. The Marquis of Nanlong's gaze swept coldly over Mew Paling before saying expressionlessly. His 2 concubines beside him's faces changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. Senior Brother Lu's expression changed to one of shock and anger, and he was momentarily speechless. On the other hand, Han Li's attendant, Mew Paling, turned pale instantly. Forced transaction. Senior Brother Lu, can you explain it in detail? Han Li frowned slightly at this moment and asked calmly. For him, this Marquis of Nanlong was just a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. With Han Li's current abilities, he didn't feel too intimidated. In fact, it's nothing much. A forced transaction is a rule specifically set by the organizers for nascent soul stage cultivators. Junior Brother, you should know that once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul realm, no faction would easily offend them. The organizers of the trade fair are no exception. However, in such a large trade fair, disputes or conflicts are bound to occur during transactions. If the conflict involves nascent soul stage cultivators, the organizers are reluctant to get involved in the trouble. Hence, they have several special rules, and forced transaction is one of the least used. Specifically, within 1,000 miles of the venue before and after the trade fair, if one party proposes a trade with something obviously of higher value than what the other party offers, and the other party refuses, then this rule can be applied. Both parties can resolve the dispute with their respective cultivation and divine sense. However, this rule is very strict and only applies under certain conditions. Even if the challenger wins, it's just a trade, and they won't gain much advantage. But if they lose, the item they proposed for the trade will be given to the challenged party for free. Moreover, although the two parties can severely injure each other during the challenge, they cannot kill each other. Otherwise, the organizers will send experts to hunt down the murderer. However, it's extremely difficult for nascent soul cultivators to kill each other one-on-one, unless one party possesses something the other party must obtain, and their cultivation is significantly lower. Otherwise, no one would do such a foolish thing that brings no benefit, but only invites enemies. Senior brother Lou explained one by one, but his expression was not very pleasant. For nascent soul stage cultivators, the concept of trading indeed exists, especially among some cultivators of the demonic and evil sects. So no matter how you look at it, the conditions proposed by the other party are all met. Even if the enforcers of the Nine Nations Alliance come, it will be of no avail. However, fortunately, Han Li shouldn't be in any danger to his life. But before the trade fair even begins, being severely injured for no reason is also helpless. As for Mew paling in his eyes, she is simply insignificant. Even if she is exchanged, Han Li will still have two extremely beautiful and charming concubines, so it's not a loss. Han Li and Mew Paling both understood Lu's words clearly. Han Li remained calm, but Mew Paling's heart was filled with regret. If she had known that such a rule existed at the trade fair, she would never have asked Han Li to come here. Although she didn't know much about this Marquis of Nanlong, judging from his attitude towards dealing with Concub. Inez, it was impossible for him to maintain his virginity while staying by Han Li's side. He might even treat her like goods and exchange her at will. Thinking of the possibility, Mew Paling gritted her teeth, a hint of despair flashing across her pale face. For her, the hope of winning against this young master was simply non-existent. What? Is Han Taoist planning to accept my offer and trade with me, or shall we compare divine senses first and then trade? Sitting in the beast carriage, the Marquis of Nanlong didn't move, but his voice was pressing. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, with not only senior brother Lu and Mew Paling feeling a bit nervous, but also the two concubines beside the Marquis of Nanlong, looking at the young nascent soul cultivator before them with curiosity. Han Li touched his chin and suddenly smiled. A divine sense comparison is fine. Han is still new to the nascent soul stage and is curious about how his divine sense compares to other nascent soul cultivators. However, if I happen to win, I won't need the Marquis's concubines. I just want to know the real reason why Marquis Nanlong insists on comparing divine senses. Please don't tell me it's because you dislike me or you truly desire my attendant, Han Li said calmly, showing no sign of worry. Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed in the Marquis of Nanlong's eyes, and the others were puzzled by his words. Very well, I agree. After a moment of silence, the Marquis of Nanlong replied slowly. A solemn expression appeared on his dignified face. Master, Mew Paling couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Han Li really agree to the challenge. her delicate face showing a complex expression. "It's all right, it's just a competition." Han Li waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, be careful. If it doesn't work out, surrender immediately. I'll intervene right away." Senior brother Lu sighed and reminded him. Han Li nodded and fell silent. At this time, the Marquis of Nanlong in the beast carriage had already pushed away the concubine in his arms, and with a flick of his sleeves, he floated into the air. Han Li's body also emitted a green light, transforming into a green rainbow, flying upwards. Although according to the rules of forced transactions, it's best to have enforcers from the 9 Nations Alliance present, both parties tacitly agreed not to mention it, so it was disregarded. Although I don't know why you're so interested in testing my divine sense, it seems that you want our divine senses to be comparable. Otherwise, you wouldn't lower yourself to challenge me. However, I think Han Taoist's chances are slim. The difference in divine sense between early and mid-nascent soul stages is not negligible. The Marquis of Nanlong revealed a cold smile, speaking without courtesy. "You're right, but I have no intention of giving away my concubine. I'll have to challenge you." Han Li said calmly, then without further words, he released his spiritual sense. An astonishing aura surged out, and something shot towards his opponent. Good. The Marquis of Nanlong showed no fear. Instead, he shouted loudly. He also released his spiritual sense, and the two almost visible invisible forces collided and exploded in the middle of the empty space between them. A fierce gale immediately rose and spread in all directions. Seeing this, the Marquis of Nanlong was shocked. What was initially a test of spiritual sense instantly intensified several times. Explosions continued to sound, and layers of gales formed a misty white airflow, enveloping the two of them, making their figures blur, transforming into 2 motionless black shadows in the high sky. Manifestation of spiritual sense. How is this possible? Junior brother Han's spiritual sense is so powerful. Watching from below, Lu Luo couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Manifestation of spiritual sense. Can the young master defeat the opponent? Upon hearing this, Mu Paling, although not understanding the term, couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. Normally, the manifestation of spiritual sense is a magical ability mastered by mid-nascent soul stage cultivators due to their powerful spiritual sense. Junior brother Han can already perform it now. Perhaps his main cultivation method focuses on spiritual sense training. It must be so. That would make sense." Lu Luo first answered Mu Paling's question, but then muttered to himself. In that case, the young master still has a chance, right? Ignoring Lu Luo's incoherent words, Mu Paling asked with hope. It's hard to say. Even among cultivators of the same nascent soul stage, there are differences in strength. The Marquis of Nanlong entered the mid-nascent soul stage 300 years ago. Although he has remained at this stage, there's no doubt he has reached the peak of the mid-stage. He is only a step away from the late stage. It will be difficult for junior brother to defeat this old monster. Lu Luo said with an uncertain expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Paling's hope instantly turned cold. At this moment, the explosions in the sky became more frequent. The swirling gales even formed a huge white wind circle, completely engulfing the two figures. This prompted another exclamation from Luluo. "Wow, I can't believe it. Junior brother Han isn't at a disadvantage," he said with a very strange expression. Mew Paling was overjoyed. She wanted to ask more. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed in the sky, followed by a thunderous crack. The previously misty air circle exploded, and the violent gales swept in all directions. Mew Paling and the others far below turned pale as the fierce white wind approached. "Not good," Luluo growled, flashing in front of Mew Paling. At the same time, he made a gesture, and a blue shield appeared, covering them both. In just a moment, the swift gales hit the shield. With a constant creaking noise, the thick shield wall was dented several inches by the passing gales. Fortunately, the gales only brushed past, with most sliding off the shield's sides. The shield wall quickly returned to normal. Luluo's face flashed blue light as he retracted the shield. Not far away, the group of armored warriors led by the Marquis of Nanlong raised their weapons in unison when the gales hit, and a large golden light appeared above their heads, forming a huge shield that protected them and the beast carriage. Even so, when the white gales passed, the golden light only lasted for a moment before shattering. The remaining gales swept over, causing the warriors and female cultivators to scream in pain, bleeding from their orifices with terrified expressions. Only the two palace-dressed female cultivators in the beast carriage were unharmed, protected by the carriage's restrictions. Seeing this, Mew Paling gasped. She looked up at Han Li, who had reappeared in the sky, lost in thought. At this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. A ball of golden light descended, but exploded midway, turning into countless rays that enveloped his subordinates. Where the rays passed, the previously screaming people stopped and stood up straight again. Although they still looked frightened, they were mostly unharmed. Having performed this act of healing, the Marquis of Nanlong looked at the calm Han Li with a face full of surprise, seemingly unable to believe that the other's spiritual sense was truly on par with his own. Just now, he had released most of his spiritual sense, using almost 70 to 80%. Seeing Han Li handle it so effortlessly suggested he had either comparable or even superior spiritual sense. As the Marquis's underestimation turned to hesitation, Han Li suddenly smiled at him. "Let's stop the contest here. If we continue, I'm afraid I really won't be able to hold on," Han Li said lightly. "Haha, you are too modest, Taoist Han. Your spiritual sense is not inferior to mine. It's best to end the contest now, lest we damage our harmony." The Marquis of Nanlong, after a moment's thought, accepted the step down with a relaxed expression. Han Li smiled without speaking but sighed inwardly. It seems that in the cultivation world, strength speaks loudest, even among nascent soul cultivators. At least this Marquis of Nanlong, while not believing Han Li could match him in cultivation and magical abilities, had gained some respect for him from their contest. Moreover, the Marquis needed Han Li's strong spiritual sense for his own purposes. Since Taoist Han's spiritual sense is comparable to mine, I will explain the real reason for our contest. As you might have guessed, I had another purpose for challenging you. This reason is significant and can't be discussed here. In this jade slip is a map. On the 4th day of the trading conference, please meet at the marked location. I will introduce you to some other Taoists and share a great opportunity with you. The Marquis of Nanlong said with a mysterious smile, transmitting a small piece of information to Han Li's ear. Then he took out a small jade slip, which he tossed to Han Li without avoiding the others below. Han Li was momentarily surprised, but quickly reached out to catch the jade slip, glancing at the Marquis before storing it without checking it immediately. Seeing this, the Marquis of Nanlong was not angry but laughed heartily. Then, enveloped in a huge light ball, he descended rapidly. The beast carriage's golden light reappeared, and the armored warriors surrounded it as they quickly flew towards Tianyuan City, with drums and music sounding again from the carriage. The Marquis left without greeting Lu Luo, which might have angered other nascent soul cultivators. But Lu Luo, knowing the Marquis's eccentric nature, merely smiled wryly. Han Li then floated down lightly. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing Han Li return, a relieved Mu Paling blushed and asked, her eyes fixed on him. Although the duel with the Marquis of Nanlong was brief, Han Li's display of power stirred her emotions, making her feel that staying by his side might not be a bad thing, and even giving her a sense of warmth and security. "I'm fine, just a bit drained of spiritual sense," Han Li said calmly, nodding her sudden concern with a flicker of interest. "Junior brother, you hid well, making us worry for nothing." Lu Luo, beside them, praised Han Li joyfully, the last bit of distance between them now gone. "Junior brother never hid anything, you just never asked. Let's go now. The commotion from the spiritual sense gales might attract other cultivators," Han Li said gently. "Indeed, if other cultivators notice, it could be troublesome. Let's hurry to Tianyuan City." Lu Luo agreed without hesitation this time. So this is Tianyuan City. Han Li stood on a hillside, looking at the huge city walls a few miles away, and murmured to himself. "How is it, junior brother Han? Have you ever seen such a massive stone city? This is the result of several expansions by the Nine Nations Alliance. Though I wouldn't dare say it's the largest city in Tianan, it definitely ranks in the top 5. The entire city is built from giant stones, making it truly unique." Lu Luo, standing beside Han Li, also spoke with emotion. Han Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. Speaking of giant cities, none in Tianan could compare to Tianxing City in the chaotic Star Sea. That was a truly colossal existence. Though Tianyuan City was also a vast city spanning hundreds of miles, it was nothing compared to Tianxing City. Although Han Li didn't think much of it, Mu Paling, who was closely following him, was full of astonishment. The stone city before her had evidently shocked her. However, having to walk for hundreds of miles after arriving near Tianyuan City is really a bit frustrating. Lu Luo shook his head, expressing some dissatisfaction. Hanley pursed his lips before responding. The Nine Nations Alliance has no choice. Otherwise, with so many high-level cultivators around, if everyone flew in and out of the city, it would be impossible for them to manage. Fortunately, this restriction is merely a formality for nascent soul cultivators like us. If we really wanted to fly, these restrictions couldn't hold us back, could they? I didn't expect you to take it so lightly, junior brother. All right, let's go. Maybe we'll find something worthwhile if we get into the city early. Since their battle of spiritual senses with the Marquis of Nanlong, Lu Luo had become much friendlier and more enthusiastic towards Han Li. With Han Li smiling and agreeing, the three of them descended the hillside and headed towards the distant city gate with a swagger. Because they were near Tianyuan City, cultivators from all directions were walking towards the city, creating a bustling atmosphere. Han Li and Lu Luo did not want to cause any commotion, so they had long concealed their cultivation, appearing to be at the foundation establishment stage, similar to Mu paling. Thus, the three of them easily blended in with other cultivators and entered the city through the more than 10 Shanghai city gate. At the city gate, although there were some law enforcement cultivators from the Nine Nations Alliance guarding it, they did not notice anything unusual about Han Li and the others. Once inside Tianyuan City, they were met with rows of stone houses arranged neatly. Between these stone houses were long streets paved with green stones, some wide, some narrow, forming a dense network like a spider's web, bustling with people coming and going. We should first secure a place to stay. There's no need to squeeze into some inn with others. Here, there are special guest houses that provide free accommodation for nascent soul cultivators. We can go directly there. Lu Luo, having been to Tianyuan City once before, said with the experience of an old hand. Naturally, Han Li had no objections. He, along with Mu Paling, followed the middle-aged man named Lu. Lu Luo led them directly to a corner of the giant city. After passing through numerous streets, they finally arrived at a white light curtain. Behind the light curtain were many serene and elegant pavilions, each with a unique and exquisite style. Cultivators passing by the light curtain would look at these pavilions with reverence and envy, but did not dare to linger, quickly leaving the area. This is it. Only nascent soul cultivators and above can open this restriction. Lu Luo pointed with his finger and then split the light curtain with a blue flash from his hand. With a crackling sound, a large opening appeared in the white light curtain, and he slipped through without hesitation. The light curtain instantly reformed, closing so quickly it was astonishing. Han Li, after a moment of surprise, said nothing more. He opened his mouth and a green light shot out. The white light curtain flashed green, and a large opening immediately appeared. Han Li wrapped his arm around Mu Paling's slender waist and, surrounded by a pleasant fragrance, led her through the light curtain. Mu Paling leaned slightly against Han Li, her face blushing lightly, feeling a bit strange inside. Seeing Han Li enter the restriction with such ease, Lu Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to normal. Nascent soul cultivators can choose any of these pavilions, bringing their disciples with them. However, if the pavilion's restriction is active, it means it's already occupied, and you'll need to choose another. Not all nascent soul cultivators like staying here. Some prefer living outside the city or in inns. Lu Luo explained while pointing at the pavilions with a smile. Indeed, some of the pavilions had glowing restrictions indicating occupancy. Junior brother, let's choose these 2 adjacent pavilions. It will be easier to look out for each other. Lu Luo suggested, pointing to 2 pavilions about 50 or 60 feet away. Let's go with what senior brother suggests. Han Li glanced around and agreed casually. Just as Lu Luo was about to say more, a small figure emerged from another pavilion enveloped in white and yellow light nearby. The person glanced at Han Li and the others and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't that Brother Lu? I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Han Li quickly looked over. The person, with a tender white face resembling a jade child, was none other than the fire dragon child he had seen at the 3-sect Holy Land. Now, after speaking, his black and white eyes turned to Han Li and Mu Paling, showing a few traces of astonishment. With his exceptional memory, the fire dragon child, who had seen Han Li and Mu Paling 20 years ago, naturally recognized Han Li at a glance. However, seeing that Han Li was merely using an ordinary technique to conceal his cultivation, which wouldn't fool someone of the same level, the fire dragon child's initial surprise turned to a look of understanding. "Hee, so it's Brother Lan. We haven't arrived early. You were the one who got here ahead of us. Oh, and this is our falling cloud sect's new elder, Elder Han. Junior Brother Han, you've met Brother Lan once before, so there's no need for an introduction, right?" Lu Luo, after a moment of surprise, smiled warmly, indicating a good relationship with the other party. "So Elder Han really is the new elder of your esteemed sect. I misjudged the other day," the fire dragon child said with a wry smile, seemingly not intent on pursuing the matter further. "I merely heard of the famous Lingyan holy tree and entered the Holy Land to see it. I hope Brother Lan won't hold it against me," Han Li explained with a smile, despite the other party's casual attitude. "Now that you are an elder of the falling cloud sect, there's no need to mention it again. However, you two arrived just in time. I have an appointment with some familiar Taoists to go to Jinglong Pavilion for a small exchange meeting. Why don't you join us? You might find something useful." The fire dragon child seemed to be a straightforward person and invited them with a wave of his hand. "An exchange meeting so soon? We really came at the right time. Junior Brother Han, exchanges among nascent soul cultivators are rare opportunities. We must go. Otherwise, we might miss out on something valuable," Lu Luo said excitedly, turning to Han Li. "Let's follow Senior Brother Lan's suggestion," Han Li replied calmly with a smile. "So, Han Li and the others set up restrictions outside their pavilions, and then followed the fire dragon child out of the light curtain. Han Li left a few instructions, with Mu paling, before leaving her in the pavilion temporarily. Jinglong Pavilion is owned by a friend of mine in the Nine Nations Alliance, a person with extensive connections among both righteous and demonic cultivators. That's why he can organize this exchange meeting. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, everyone entering must wear masks to conceal their identities. The fire dragon child explained as they walked. Lu Luo, surprised, asked, "Brother Lan, are you referring to true man Tianjing? Only he could have such connections. But I remember he doesn't like getting involved in these matters. Why is he hosting an exchange meeting this time?" "He, so you know of Tianjing true man. Yes, my old friend doesn't like trouble, but he urgently needs some rare items recently and couldn't find them. So he decided to hold this exchange meeting." The fire dragon child explained with a grin. "Oh, if that's the case, it makes sense." Lu Luo nodded in understanding. Han Li listened quietly, his expression remaining calm. During their conversation, the three arrived at a jade-like pavilion. The three-story pavilion, with its wide base narrowing as it went up, had a silver-edged, rustic signboard above the door. Jinglong Pavilion was written in large golden characters. "This is the place. Please come in, fellow Taoists," said the fire dragon child with a smile, then swaggered towards the entrance. As Han Li glanced inside upon approaching the door, he was taken aback. The interior resembled a typical tavern, with numerous patrons eating and drinking. Several waiters moved among the tables, carrying trays laden with dishes and serving various fine wines and delicacies. The sound of clinking cups and lively chatter filled the air. A wooden sign hung beside the entrance, inscribed with the words, "This establishment is reserved. Outsiders prohibited," in bold, black characters. "That old ghost Tian Jiang is up to his illusionary tricks again," muttered the fire dragon child, completely disregarding the scene as he strode inside. Han Li, upon hearing this, extended his spiritual sense into the building, revealing a peculiar expression. Without any hesitation, he followed the fire dragon child inside. As soon as the three entered, the light dimmed, and the images of patrons and waiters vanished like bubbles, with the noisy ambience disappearing instantly. Han Li glanced around and saw an empty space filled with a faint gray mist. In the center was an old wooden table with an ancient bronze oil lamp atop it. Behind the lamp sat a benevolent-looking old man in gray robes, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, smiling warmly at the three. "Welcome, Blue Brother. I didn't expect you to bring Liu Taoist as well. And this green-robed Taoist. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't believe we've met before. Could you be a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator?" The gray-robed elder greeted them warmly, ensuring none of them felt neglected. How could I turn them away? Liu Taoist and I are old acquaintances after all. Only this friend. The elder continued, his gaze lingering on Han Li. I am Han Li of the Luo Yun sect, a recently ascended cultivator. I hope the honored Tian Jiang will guide me in the future, Han Li said, stepping forward and cupping his fists. So you're a fellow member of Liu Taoist. Quite young, indeed. You must have a bright future ahead, Tian Jiang Zhenren praised warmly. Well, old friend, have most of the others arrived? We should head up and see, the fire dragon child interrupted, speaking with a tone far beyond his years. Still as impatient as ever, Blue Brother. Most of the others have arrived, and some may have already started their exchanges upstairs. Here are 2 wooling masks for the 2 of you. Blue Brother, do you need one? Tian Jiang Zhenren asked, producing 2 masks from his sleeves, adorned with intricate runes. No need. My stature is too recognizable, and illusions wouldn't fool anyone, the fire dragon child responded, cheeks puffing in slight frustration. That's true. Please proceed upstairs. I will join you shortly, Tian Jiang Zhenren said with a smile, waving his hand to reveal a glowing staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The fire dragon child led the way, followed closely by Han Li and Liu Luo, who both donned the masks. The mask felt cool and soft against Han Li's skin, surprisingly comfortable. He glanced at Liu Luo, whose face was now a cold, wooden mask. Han Li smiled slightly. In no time, the 3 reached the 2nd floor, brightly lit by numerous moonstones embedded in the walls and ceiling, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. Han Li was startled to see that the 2nd floor appeared much larger than the 1st, defying the external structure of the building. The 2nd floor was not empty. It was lined with tables and chairs, many occupied by cultivators in various attire, both male and female, distinguished by their clothing and hair. Upon seeing the 3, numerous cold gazes turned their way. Recognizing the fire dragon child, most of the looks turned into various expressions of friendliness, indifference, or veiled hostility. A few even harbored a faint killing intent, indicating deep grudges. Unfazed, the fire dragon child found a vacant spot and sat down with Han Li and Liu Luo. Through the mask, Han Li scanned the other attendees. Despite the masks, he sensed their spiritual energy, confirming they were all nascent soul cultivators. Among them were even 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators, sitting alone with no one daring to approach. To have over 20 nascent soul cultivators gathered in one place was indeed astonishing. Han Li had never encountered so many before. It seemed one's cultivation level determined the circles they could access. Han Li's gaze lingered on a corner where a few impatient cultivators had already begun exchanging items. They were quietly negotiating, taking out jade boxes and small bottles, indicating preliminary trades. Most other cultivators remained seated, meditating, or waiting for the formal exchange to begin. It was evident that the early trades were unlikely to involve truly valuable items. The atmosphere remained silent and tense, with occasional whispered conversations. Without the mask, the fire dragon child stood out, but he wasn't the only one. Opposite Hanley sat a remarkably obese man, also maskless. His girth was 3 to 4 times that of a normal person, nearly deforming the chair. Despite his appearance, the man seemed indifferent, even giving Hanley a friendly smile. Beside him sat a voluptuous woman with captivating eyes, though her face was concealed. Despite her allure, the seasoned cultivators paid her no mind. As Hanley observed, Liuluo's voice reached him via spiritual transmission. "Brother Han, be cautious. That fat man and the woman beside him are infamous in the demon sect as the fat and fiendish duo. Together, they can challenge mid-nascent soul cultivators. Avoid provoking them." Han Li, alarmed, made a mental note to avoid these two, closing his eyes to meditate like the others. After a while, a few more nascent soul cultivators arrived, donning masks. When Tian Jiang Zhenren finally ascended, everyone opened their eyes to watch him. Tian Jiang Zhenren moved to the center, summoning a wooden table with a wave, then addressed the group with a smile. "It's time. Everyone has arrived. If there are no objections, let's begin the exchange." "Master Tian Jiang, you are too polite, but I am indeed getting impatient. How about I start first?" A cultivator in a brocade robe sitting next to Master Tian Jiang said with a slight smile. "Hee, since you are so eager, why don't you go ahead?" Master Tian Jiang chuckled and stepped back a few steps, indicating that he genuinely allowed the brocade-robed cultivator to begin. As for the rules of the exchange meeting, every cultivator present had experienced countless such meetings, so there was no need to waste time explaining them. Since Brother Tian Jiang says so, I won't stand on ceremony." The brocade-robed cultivator hesitated slightly, then stood up generously. After slightly cupping his hands towards the left and right, he lightly tapped the storage bag under his robe with one hand. As a result, with a flash of red light, a palm-sized wooden box appeared in his hand. This wooden box, made from some unknown rare wood, was entirely green, with faint flame-like red light flickering continuously. There were golden and silver prohibition talismans crossed and pasted on the lid, making the wooden box look extremely mysterious. Seeing this, everyone's gaze was drawn to the box, staring at it with varied expressions. These cultivators were all knowledgeable and well-informed, so they naturally knew that the contents of the box were extraordinary. Seeing such a treasure at the beginning of the exchange meeting, everyone couldn't help but feel invigorated. The eyes behind the brocade mask glanced over everyone, revealing a slight hint of pride. He then gently tapped the two talismans with his fingers, causing the golden and silver talismans to fall off, and the lid of the box to open by itself. Immediately, a fire-red item slowly floated out from the box, which turned out to be a strange ganoderma shrouded in red mist. This ganoderma was only a few inches in size, but was entirely fiery red and scorching, with a smooth and crystalline surface. There were threads of red clouds swirling on it, looking like celestial aura surrounding it, truly resembling an immortal's item. While Han Li was staring in amazement, someone had already called out the name of this item. Red Essence Ganoderma. A red essence Ganoderma with 3,000 years of cultivation. This item only grows in magma and earth fire. Ordinary people couldn't even see it, let alone obtain it. You really have some means. A cultivator wrapped in black robes sighed and muttered, whether in envy or jealousy was unclear. Red Essence Ganoderma. This is the Red Essence Ganoderma from the Ice Fire Ganoderma. It certainly lives up to its reputation. Just looking at the fire spirit energy it emits, one can tell it's extraordinary. The other cultivators also stirred, and several of them began to discuss it in low voices without any scruples. The brocade-robed cultivator noticed the black-robed cultivator recognizing his item at a glance. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he soon returned to normal and said, "Since this fellow Taoist has already recognized my item, I won't say much. A 3,000-year-old red essence Ganoderma, a top-tier material for refining fire attribute elixirs. The price is 100,000 spirit stones, or I can exchange it for equivalent earth attribute materials for refining elixirs or artifacts. 100,000 spirit stones. Han Li was taken aback by this, and then revealed a strange look in his eyes. It wasn't that the price was too high, but rather much lower than Han Li had expected. In the chaotic star sea, a high-level monster core could fetch more than 10,000 spirit stones. And this rare Ganoderma, except for the already transformed 9-curved spirit ginseng, had no other spiritual herb comparable to it. This made Han Li's heart pound with excitement. Speaking of rare treasures, Han Li had tens of thousands of spirit stones, all collected from the storage bags of those cultivators who had died by his hand. Especially from the six-path inheritor, whose storage bag contained 2,000 to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Han Li had made a significant fortune, far beyond the reach of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Of course, no matter how many spirit stones there were, they couldn't compare to those spiritual artifacts, magic treasures, or even several ancient treasures. After all, some treasures couldn't be bought with spirit stones. If he were willing to sell the ancient treasures like the flower basket or the small bell in his hand, exchanging them for tens of thousands of spirit stones would definitely not be a problem. While Han Li was contemplating, many other cultivators were also moved by this item. Several cultivators immediately went up one after another, whispered a few words to the brocade-robed cultivator, and then showed him a few items. Others couldn't see clearly, but the brocade-robed cultivator just glanced down and rejected them without any politeness, causing those few cultivators to return to their seats somewhat dejectedly. Anyone else? I spent a lot of effort and years to obtain this 3,000-year-old red essence Ganoderma. Selling it for 100,000 spirit stones is really not expensive. However, I still hope to exchange it for equivalent earth attribute materials. Even if it's slightly inferior, I can accept it. But if it's far off, don't waste my time. The brocade-robed cultivator seemed genuinely eager to exchange the item, and seeing no one else come forward, he couldn't help but shout anxiously. Hanley swept his eyes over the others. Many had looks of greed, but none got up. It seemed they either still found the price too high or really didn't have suitable materials on hand. Even the little face of the fire dragon child beside him was full of regret. After all, he was cultivating a genuine fire attribute technique, and this fire essence Ganoderma was very suitable for him. Taking all this in, seeing that the brocade-robed cultivator was about to reluctantly put the fire essence Ganoderma back into the box, Han Li's lips moved, and he transmitted a message over. "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I wonder if you are interested in Earth attribute monster cores." The brocade-robed cultivator paused in his action of putting away the Ganoderma, and upon scanning, he immediately discovered Han Li, who had transmitted the message. He was a bit surprised but quickly responded. "Do you have a monster core, Taoist? But this is a red essence Ganoderma, and at least a 7th-level monster core is needed for the exchange. If it's a 6th-level one, then it must be more than 2. Hearing this, Han Li started contemplating again. Although he had used almost all the monster cores to refine pills back then, he still kept some of the most valuable rare beast monster cores. He had kept them for future use just in case. Now, exchanging a 7th-level one for the red essence Ganoderma seemed worthwhile. After all, the Ganoderma could be further cultivated with green liquid, but monster cores couldn't be artificially grown. As for the value comparison, it was really hard to say. 7th-level monster cores were also extremely rare in the chaotic star sea, but compared to the red essence Ganoderma, they were significantly inferior. However, in Tiannan, it was different. Not to mention 7th-level monster cores, even 5th and 6th-level monster cores were rarely seen. After all, such high-level monsters didn't exist on the mainland. Exchanging a 7th-level monster core for this 3,000-year-old red essence Ganoderma seemed fair enough. With a decision made, Han Li suddenly stood up and walked towards the brocade-robed cultivator. This action startled Lu Luo and the fire dragon child, both looking at Han Li in astonishment. But Han Li walked a few steps to the brocade-robed cultivator, turned his hand, and a jade box appeared in his hand. He then directly tossed it to the cultivator without saying a word. The brocade-robed cultivator also remained calm. After receiving the jade box and carefully identifying it for a while, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. "A deal." He summoned the red essence Ganoderma back into the wooden box and handed it directly to Han Li. At the same time, he quickly put the jade box into his storage bag. Han Li nodded, put away the wooden box, and calmly returned to his seat. Lu Luo and the fire dragon child were both surprised, but sensible enough not to ask Han Li anything, merely transmitting their congratulations. Han Li responded casually, showing no sign of abnormality. At this time, Han Li had already noticed that many of the nascent soul cultivators present were reevaluating him. Apparently, his unexpected acquisition of the red essence Ganoderma had piqued many people's interest. However, Han Li didn't mind. With his current abilities, unless he encountered a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators trying to target him wouldn't pose a significant threat. All right, now that this fellow Taoist has completed the exchange, shall we proceed in order? Master Tian Jiang smiled and suggested to a female cultivator sitting near the brocade-robed cultivator. Of course, let me present my treasure next. The lady in a light green dress elegantly stood up and said softly, I don't have such a rare treasure like the previous Taoist, but I am skilled in artifact refinement. I have crafted an unowned, confining immortal ring. Once the final recognition ceremony is done, it can be used as a life-bound treasure. Although made from ordinary materials like refined gold, its power is undoubtedly significant. It's excellent for trapping enemies or protecting oneself, a dual-purpose treasure. As the lady spoke slowly, she slightly shook her long sleeve. Immediately, a few-inch-long white ring shot out from her sleeve, flashing and changing size continuously. Without saying much, the lady gently pointed at the ring, which then swelled to a size of about 10 feet, with the ring wall as thick as an arm. Silver-white runes were clearly visible on it, emitting astonishing spiritual energy. This ring has not yet recognized its master, so I can't use many of its abilities. However, all of you present here are discerning individuals, and whether it's genuine or fake, none of you can be deceived. I intend to use this ring to exchange for a bottle of cultivation-enhancing elixir suitable for the Yuanying stage. If anyone has it, please show it to me. The lady transformed the confining immortal ring back into palm-sized and held it in her hand, speaking calmly. Although each cultivator present had their own life-bound treasures, it wasn't impossible for them to possess other treasures capable of various abilities. Moreover, unowned treasures like this could also be purchased for disciples to use. The treasures personally refined by Yuanying cultivators were naturally much stronger than those made by ordinary Jiden cultivators. Most cultivators weren't proficient in artifact refinement, even in the Yuanying stage. Therefore, when this treasure appeared, many were enticed, and they stepped forward to exchange. The lady selected a cultivator's elixir, and the exchange was successfully completed. It seemed that this confining immortal ring, although less valuable than the red essence Ganoderma, was indeed a good item for exchange. Next, a cultivator stood up without waiting for Master Tian Jiang's invitation. This time, I've brought a box of star steel sand. I intend to use this. The exchange proceeded smoothly without any hiccups. Each Yuanying cultivator presented rare and precious items, far beyond what Han Li had seen in the market before. Each item was enough to bankrupt an ordinary Jiden cultivator, and they couldn't even guarantee acquiring them. At their level, only fellow cultivators at the same stage could offer suitable items for exchange. Of course, not everyone succeeded in their exchange. Some failed because their items were too rare, or because the items they offered were good, but the ones they wanted in exchange were scarce. However, these Yuanying cultivators were all astute. Significant disparities in value for an exchange were almost impossible to find. Both the Fire Dragon Child and Lu Luo were ahead of Han Li and presented their exchange items. The Fire Dragon Child brought out a bowl-sized, tricolored strange flower, also a material for alchemy. Although it wasn't as rare as the red essence Ganoderma, it was still a rare item. However, he wanted to exchange it for a material called poisonous glyph wood, which unfortunately no one had. The Fire Dragon Child could only sit back disappointedly. Lu Luo's exchange was successful. He used a bottle of spiritual grass juice unknown to Han Li and exchanged it for an unowned fiery red small sword. It was unclear who he intended to prepare it for, given his age. He most likely didn't have the time to cultivate it himself. After Lu Luo completed his exchange, it was finally Han Li's turn. Because not long ago, Han Li had successfully acquired the red essence Ganoderma from the cultivator in brocade robes. Many people gave him a second glance. Han Li stood up calmly, holding 2 pale white jade boxes in his hands. I have 1 grade 6 water attribute demon pill, 1 grade 6 fire attribute demon pill, and 2 Qianling grasses. I'll only exchange them for a piece of Zhengjing. If there's really no Zhengjing available, information on the whereabouts of Zhengjing will also suffice to exchange for 1 item from the box. After Han Li finished speaking, he shook his hands, and under a flash of blue light, both jade boxes simultaneously opened their lids. 2 red and blue demon pills and 2 lush Qianling grasses appeared before the eyes of the cultivators. Zhengjing. As soon as Han Li uttered these words, the cultivators around him showed strange expressions. Although these demon pills and millennium grasses were valuable, they were far inferior to Zhengjing. If someone were willing to exchange, they would probably only get a tiny speck of Zhengjing in return. But what could that speck of Zhengjing do? However, if someone were willing to exchange only information about the whereabouts of Zhengjing, it seemed too generous. After all, everyone knew that having information was one thing, but obtaining the actual item was another. Many rare treasures and relics of ancient cultivators were well known, but they were either in places where even immortal cultivators couldn't reach, or in extremely dangerous places. The most famous example was the Abyssal Demon Valley, in the middle of the Tian-Nan continent. It was rumored to be an ancient battlefield, where during the primitive era, many ancient cultivators set up bizarre formations and restrictions and fought each other for unknown reasons. In the end, due to their astonishing powers, they even tore open tiny space cracks within the valley, destabilizing the entire spatial structure. In the chaos that ensued, the ancient cultivators who fought each other ended up perishing in the valley. The spatial disorder and the existence of ancient formations made the valley extremely dangerous at every step, earning it the reputation of being the most sinister place in Tian-Nan. For countless years, countless high-level cultivators who greedily coveted the treasures and techniques of the ancient cultivators ventured into the valley, hopping to find treasures. However, none of them ever came out alive. As a result, over the years, thousands upon thousands of high-level cultivators perished in the valley. Their various treasures were also lost in the valley. In recent millennia, no one dared to take the risk, and the abyssal Demon Valley firmly established its reputation as the most treacherous place in Tian-Nan. As a result, while many cultivators in Tian-Nan knew about the abundance of treasures in the valley, they could only look on with envy and do nothing. However, it seemed that the whereabouts of Jengjing were not widely known. Therefore, although the cultivators present all looked at Han Li, no one transmitted any messages. Seeing this, Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. He hadn't brought out better treasures because he knew that it wouldn't be possible to acquire what he needed in just one exchange meeting. To avoid revealing his wealth, he deliberately brought out these lower-value demon pills and grasses. However, with so many Yuanying cultivators present, and none of them even aware of the relevant information, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. He sighed inwardly and casually glanced around at the cultivators, his brows furrowing slightly in surprise. However, he didn't hesitate and sat back down. Another cultivator immediately took out a piece of dark material used for refining artifacts and began to introduce it. Han Li didn't pay attention to what the cultivator was saying and instead began to ponder. If he hadn't seen it wrong just now, when his gaze swept over Master Tian Jiang, although the latter's expression remained unchanged, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It seemed that even if Master Tian Jiang didn't possess Jengjing, he should have information about it. Han Li didn't bother thinking too much about it and immediately made a judgment. However, he was a calm individual and didn't rush to transmit a message to inquire. Instead, he pretended not to know and sat back. After a while, finally, the last cultivator completed his exchange. Master Tian Jiang then walked back to the center and smiled. Most of you have successfully exchanged for what you needed. For those who didn't, don't worry. Only about 1/10 of the Yuanying cultivators in Tiancheng have come here. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Tian Jiang, will hold another, even larger exchange meeting soon, and I hope you all will continue to participate. However, before that, I have a few items I'd like to exchange with everyone. With these words, Master Tian Jiang's hands emitted a white light, and he instantly took out 7 or 8 items from his storage pouch, filling the table in front of him. As the other cultivators saw the items on the table, they couldn't help but be astonished. After Han Li saw the items clearly, his expression changed drastically. On the table were 7 or 8 puppets of varying sizes, including white wolves, green pythons, and red bull-like creatures. Although these items seemed lifeless, they emanated astonishing spiritual energy, surpassing even the giant ape puppet in Han Li's storage pouch. They seemed to be at the initial stage of the Jiden level, but they were not the type recorded in his puppet art scriptures. This puzzled Han Li. Could this person also be a cultivator from the Thousand Bamboo sect? But doesn't the Thousand Bamboo sect lack cultivators above the Yuanying stage? Or perhaps this person cultivated a different type of puppet technique. As Han Li pondered, he couldn't help but gaze at the puppets again, hoping to discern any differences. But before he could, the chubby cultivator from the Hehuan sect across from him spoke up with a smile. "Hey, Master Tian Jiang, when did you start practicing puppet techniques? Are you planning to give up the crystal light technique you originally cultivated? If so, I truly admire you." "Oh, I am quite interested in these puppets. They could be useful for my disciples' survival. I wonder, what does Celestial Crystal Master intend to exchange for?" Another seemingly older cultivator, stroking his long beard under his chin, remarked. What I'm exchanging for is quite rare, something known as soul stones from ancient times. One soul stone in exchange for one puppet beast. These puppets were crafted by ancient cultivators themselves, and I doubt there are any of such high-grade puppets left in this realm. Celestial Crystal Master said calmly. Soul Stone. Upon hearing this extremely unfamiliar name, the cultivators present all showed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of such a thing before. It was entirely foreign to them. Seeing this reaction, Celestial Crystal Master seemed to have anticipated it. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out a thumb-sized emerald crystal. At first glance, the crystal resembled a wood attribute spirit stone, but upon closer inspection by the cultivator's spiritual senses, they realized that the energy emanating from the crystal was not the familiar wood attribute aura, but an extremely cold and mysterious fluctuation. Perhaps some of you fellow cultivators possess this item, but are unaware of its nature. I happen to have one here for you to identify. Celestial Crystal Master said, holding out the crystal. It's peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of yin qi, but much purer than yin qi. A demonic cultivator shrouded in black aura exclaimed in surprise. I also don't know what this crystal contains, but it's definitely not ordinary soul energy. Otherwise, why would I exchange these puppets for it? Celestial Crystal Master replied bluntly. Oh, I see. The demonic cultivator tactfully refrained from further questioning. However, when Han Li clearly saw the crystal, his face under the mask suddenly changed, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. If he wasn't mistaken, this soul stone was clearly the Yin Ming beast crystal he had collected from the Yin Ming realm. Of course, the term beast crystal was only used by the natives of the Yin Ming realm. Among ancient cultivators, it seemed to be referred to as a soul stone. The Celestial Crystal Master not only brought out so many puppets, but also intends to collect so many soul stones. Considering that many of the puppets seen in the Void Temple also contained these soul stones, it seems that this person... Han Li began to ponder thoughtfully. However, this soul stone seemed to be extremely rare, and after a while, only one cultivator hesitantly took one out. After exchanging it for one puppet beast, Celestial Crystal Master asked a few more times, but seeing no one else stepping forward, although he had anticipated this, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Just as he was about to put away the remaining puppet beasts, another person suddenly stood up and walked over. This unexpected development surprised Celestial Crystal Master, who looked at the newcomer with a hint of joy and asked, "Do you also have a soul stone?" The person who approached was Han Li, who had already made up his mind. He silently turned over his palm, and a thumb-sized emerald crystal appeared in his hand. However, this crystal was the size of an egg, and a visible chill emanated from it, far surpassing the crystal brought out by Celestial Crystal Master. The Celestial Crystal Master was first surprised, but then he couldn't hide his joy. However, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Friend, this soul stone is so large it's quite rare. How about this? You can choose 2 puppet beasts from these, and I won't let you suffer." 2. Han Li smiled and shook his head. "What's the matter? Do you think it's too few? How many do you think I should exchange?" Celestial Crystal Master also didn't get angry and asked kindly, "This soul stone, in exchange for all the remaining puppet beasts from the friend," Han Li said calmly. "Exchange for 6. Aren't you being too greedy, friend?" Celestial Crystal Master frowned when he heard this, somewhat displeased. Whether it's greedy or not, the master should know best. This soul stone isn't just about size. Moreover, such a large soul stone is quite. Han Li stared at Celestial Crystal Master, suddenly stopped speaking. The Celestial Crystal Master's face changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Well, such a large soul stone is indeed very rare, and I urgently need it. Let's exchange it as the friend said." Hearing Celestial Crystal Master's words, the other cultivators in the attic were surprised. They couldn't help but glance at the egg-sized crystal in Han Li's hand more than once. Something that could exchange for several rare puppets at once was worth paying attention to. Han Li remained calm and handed over the crystal. Then, with a slight bow, he swept his sleeve over the table, and the 6 puppet beasts disappeared without a trace. However, what other cultivators didn't notice was that when Han Li bowed his head, his lips moved a few times. Celestial Crystal Master's eyes flashed with a burst of light, and a hint of suspicion flickered across his face. By then, Han Li had already returned to his seat. Celestial Crystal Master announced the end of the exchange meeting, and many cultivators left the attic one after another. Han Li and the other 2 also mingled among them and left the Crystal Dragon Pavilion. As the 3 left the attic, no one said a word. However, after crossing 2 streets and getting a little further away from the pavilion, Fire Dragon Boy spoke up, sounding weary. "2 friends, I have another appointment. I won't accompany you. If Brother Lan has something to do, feel free to go. Our residences are not far away, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again." Lu Luo smiled and said, "Well, then I'll take my leave." Fire Dragon Boy didn't stand on ceremony and bid farewell to Han Li before heading to another street. This fire dragon friend is quite a character. Han Li watched the boy's figure disappear into the distance and suddenly smiled. Brother Lan has maintained the appearance of a child since he accidentally consumed a strange grass in his childhood. However, he is straightforward and generous, one of the few foreign elders we can befriend. He is also the only elder in the ancient sword sect who is friendly to our falling cloud sect. Lu Luo explained. Upon hearing this, Han Li raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, from what he said, the other elders of the ancient sword sect don't seem to think highly of our falling cloud sect. By the way, Brother Han, what are your plans now? Resting at our residence for a while or going elsewhere? Lu Luo looked around and asked. I need to buy some special materials. I plan to visit several markets nearby. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains, Han Li said directly without any intention of hiding. That's perfect. I also plan to consign something at the auction house, so I'll temporarily part ways with Brother Han here. Lu Luo understood Han Li's intention to act alone and agreed without objection. So, Han Li and Lu Luo parted ways here. The markets in several places in Tian City were huge, at least several times larger than the markets of the three sects in the Cloud Dream Mountain. Han Li walked on a street in the western part of Tian City's market, constantly looking at the shops on both sides. Han Li's and Lu Liu's words about buying materials were not just empty talk. He did intend to purchase some relatively rare materials for making talismans, preparing to refine some high-level talismans. Although he possessed many spiritual beast skins and blood from the past, he still needed some other materials to make high-quality talisman paper and high-grade cinnabar. This also prepared him for the future, intending to improve his talisman-making skills and strive to advance his talisman-making techniques to a higher realm. Although he hadn't studied the soul-subduing talisman carefully yet, the power of the talisman mentioned on the bone slip was truly extraordinary. It could save his life at a critical moment, so Han Li naturally wouldn't easily let it go. However, the difficulty of refining this talisman was not ordinary, far exceeding that of ordinary 5 elements talismans. In order to increase the success rate, he needed to improve his talisman-making skills and must also replace his talisman brush. The original talisman brush should have been replaced long ago. Unfortunately, while talisman-making materials were easy to come by, finding a satisfactory talisman brush was not so easy. Among the 2 shops ahead, there were several selling talisman brushes, and some even brought out rare top-grade talisman brushes. However, after looking at them, Han Li just shook his head and left. These talisman brushes might be enough for making ordinary high-level talismans, but for drawing soul-subduing talismans and similar secret talismans, they were clearly lacking. Talisman brushes, as a kind of spiritual tool used by talisman makers, were not common. Even if they existed, most of them were of low to medium quality. Because for a talisman maker, if their mana was insufficient, Forcibly using a high-grade talisman brush would not only fail to increase the success rate, but would also increase the chances of failure. Moreover, talisman makers were mostly distracted by practicing talisman-making techniques, and their cultivation level was mostly not high, with most of them still lingering below the foundation establishment stage. There were only a few dedicated talisman makers who could form golden cores in the entire southern land cultivation world. As for core formation stage talisman makers, as far as Han Li knew, there seemed to be no such freaks. Most of them, after reaching the core formation stage, just practiced talisman-making techniques on their own, and they were not specialized talisman makers. The talisman-making techniques of these core formation stage cultivators also varied greatly. Basically, they specialized in practicing one or two high-level talismans that were useful to them. But because of the rarity of high-grade spiritual beast skins and blood, they naturally couldn't practice them much, so the success rate could be imagined. This also led to the strange phenomenon in the cultivation world, where high-level talismans were sometimes more expensive than top-grade magical treasures. The 5 elements talisman in high-level talismans was nothing special. Most of the high-level spells were not as powerful as those used by magical treasures. As a result, after cultivators reached the core formation stage, they basically gave up continuing to cultivate 5-element spells. However, this doesn't mean that high-level spells are completely useless. According to Han Li's knowledge, there were many powerful 5-element spells that even nascent soul cultivators dared not directly confront. But these spells were not only difficult to cultivate, but also cumbersome and troublesome to cast once comprehended. With this time, it's better to just directly attack with magical treasures. However, Han Li had vaguely heard other cultivators talking about how the Mu Lan people seemed to have broken through this limitation. They had developed many powerful spirit techniques that could be instantly cast. This allowed low-level spellcasters to compete with ordinary cultivators without using magical tools or talismans. With the cooperation of spirit techniques, high-level spellcasters using magical treasures became even more formidable, easily defeating cultivators of the same level. This was why even though several major forces in the southern land joined forces to resist the Mu Lan people, they could only protect themselves and couldn't truly defeat them. Since Han Li formed his nascent soul, he had been modestly studying a few of the most basic high-level spells. He had even comprehended 3 or 4 of them, although their casting speed was atrocious. Han Li believed that if he were to use these spells in combat, unless his opponent had an unbreakable defense, he would be killed by another cultivator of the same level before he could finish casting even half of them. However, suddenly using high-level talismans in conjunction with magical treasures during a battle was extremely sharp. If he could casually throw out 20 or 30 high-level attack talismans like those low-level talismans, even cultivators in the later stages of nascent soul would have to flee immediately upon seeing them. After all, this would be equivalent to suffering a joint attack from dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Even if the attacked cultivator had heaven-defying techniques and defensive treasures, they wouldn't be able to withstand it as long as their cultivation was still limited to the nascent soul stage. But such an attack was just wishful thinking. One attack would consume tens of thousands of spirit stones, and no one dared to use such a luxurious attack. Moreover, high-level talismans were also scarce in the cultivation world, and most of them were mainly auxiliary in nature. As Han Li pondered, he walked along the streets of the market, constantly looking at the larger magic shops and grocery stores on both sides. Generally, only large stores might have top-grade talisman brushes for sale. There was no need to bother asking the smaller shops. Most likely, they wouldn't sell such specialized magical tools, let alone top-grade ones. Perhaps there might be some treasures hidden in individual small shops, but Han Li wasn't willing to waste time searching for them one by one. With so many shops in Tian City, even if he did nothing else, it would take at least 10 days to visit them all. Besides Han Li, there were also other cultivators entering and exiting the shops on both sides of the street, each with different expressions, buying and selling what they wanted. Most of them were foundation establishment cultivators, with occasionally a few core formation cultivators appearing. As for qi condensation cultivators, apart from the local cultivators in Tian City, there were very few foreign qi condensation cultivators. Han Li once again concealed his cultivation to the mid-core formation stage, so although he encountered many cultivators on the road, they only glanced at him with awe and respect from the foundation establishment cultivators. As for the core formation cultivators, if they didn't know each other, they just passed by without acknowledging each other. In this way, Han Li didn't attract too much attention, slowly visiting one large store after another. When Han Li came out disappointed from a loft again, almost half a day had passed unknowingly. Looking at the darkening sky and the moonstone lights gradually illuminating in various shops, Han Li hesitated. Should he go back to his residence now, or should he take a look at a couple more shops before returning? Just as he was contemplating, a commotion came from not far ahead, as if someone was arguing and nearby cultivators were curious and gathering around. Han Li frowned and immediately turned around with his hands behind his back, expressionless, intending to return to his residence. However, before he could take 2 steps, a loud and angry voice came from not far away. "What's this? Are all the cultivators from the Liu Yun sect like this? Breaking things and wanting to leave without compensation?" "It's not that we don't want to compensate. It's just that I've just bought some other things, and I really don't have so many spirit stones on me. And this is just an intermediate-grade fire cloud talisman. How can it be worth 300 spirit stones? At most, it's only worth a little over 100 spirit stones. Moreover, didn't I leave my sect token here as collateral? I'll just borrow some spirit stones from my fellow sect members when I return to the inn." Another young man's voice, sounding somewhat annoyed, retorted loudly. Han Li's figure paused as he took 2 steps. The voice of this man sounded somewhat familiar, as if he knew someone from the Luo Yun sect. Han Li rubbed his chin. After a moment of thought, he turned back and walked towards the shop where the disturbance was coming from. Whoever it is, let's take a look first. After all, as one of the 3 elders of the Luo Yun sect, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pretend not to know and just leave. A moment later, Han Li saw from a distance that there were more than a dozen cultivators gathering in front of a small grocery store. And inside, it seemed that several cultivators were confronting each other. Among them was a man in black clothes with an angry expression on his face. Surprisingly, the sunfire he had seen at the trial by swordsmanship 20 years ago. In just 20 years, this young man named Sunfire hadn't changed much in appearance, but his cultivation had improved quite a bit. On the opposite side of him were 3 locals with unfriendly faces, seemingly the shopkeeper and his assistants of this shop. At this moment, the shopkeeper, a man with short beard, looked at Sunfire with a sneer and said, "What use is a worthless token to me? Even if you don't want this token, when you return to the Luo Yun sect, I can't possibly chase you down to Ziguo. Cut the nonsense. Since you don't have enough spirit stones, take out the things from your storage bag and leave them here as collateral. As for that fire cloud talisman, do you think it's just an ordinary intermediate grade talisman? It was made by our master talisman maker in Tian Tian City. How can it be compared to an ordinary fire cloud talisman? Selling it to you for 300 spirit stones is already cheap enough. Are all the cultivators from the Luo Grave Yun sect all paupers?" The shopkeeper's words made Han Li stop in his tracks. He observed the situation quietly, listening to the exchange between Sunfire and the shopkeeper. Sunfire's face alternated between pale and red as he listened to the shopkeeper's words. The shopkeeper's words were clearly threatening, and Sunfire knew exactly which way the wind of law enforcement would blow if they were called. Moreover, this matter was really murky. It seemed that he was going to take this loss for real. After hesitating for a while, Sunfire stomped his foot and suddenly slapped his waist storage pouch. Immediately, various talismans appeared in his hand, most of which were low-grade talismans of intermediate or lower level. Although these talismans are not high-grade, they are enough to make up for 200 to 300 spirit stones temporarily. Sunfire gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's complexion eased a bit, and he reached out to take the talismans. This one isn't it. Before the shopkeeper could take the talismans, Sunfire's gaze swept over the talismans in his hand, and his face suddenly changed. He quickly withdrew a half-broken yellow talisman from the pile and handed it over. HMPH, a blank talisman that's half-broken like this, and you're still so nervous. Is everyone from the Luo Yun sect really that poor? After a moment of shock, the shopkeeper sneered and said, then reached out again to grab the talismans. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past, inserting itself between the two, and grabbed the talismans from Sunfire's hand. Sun Fire was startled, and the shopkeeper hastily retreated a few steps, his expression a mix of surprise and anger as he exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" "Not do anything. I just heard you repeatedly saying how poor we cultivators from the Luo Yun sect are. Would you mind repeating that in front of me?" The figure that inserted himself coldly replied without expression. Just as he finished speaking, a formidable aura burst forth from his body, and a massive spiritual pressure descended from the sky, causing the nearby cultivators to involuntarily retreat several steps. Some of the weaker cultivators even felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain and knelt down on the ground. And the two core formation cultivators who happened to be passing by, while they were slightly better off, still staggered back. One of them, with a horrified expression on his face, exclaimed, "A nascent soul cultivator. Senior, you." Han Li tilted his head, giving the two Foundation establishment cultivators a cold, sideways glance, which immediately silenced the unfinished words on the man's lips. They were two unfamiliar middle-aged cultivators whom Han Li did not recognize. He had no idea which sect they belonged to. At this moment, the shopkeeper and two assistants in front of Han Li had already been immobilized by the immense spiritual pressure that was nearly palpable, rendering them unable to move a muscle. Their faces were filled with fear. Upon hearing that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator, their souls seemed to flee their bodies as they desperately tried to plead for mercy. But under the heavy pressure weighing them down, they couldn't even catch their breath, let alone speak a word. The surrounding cultivators all turned pale. Some timid ones who feared being implicated had already quietly retreated. Standing behind Han Li, Sun Huo, thanks to Han Li's special treatment, only stepped back a few paces like the others, showing no signs of distress. However, upon recognizing Han Li, his expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward to bow respectfully, saying, "Disciple Sun Huo pays respects to Master Han." Ignoring the three individuals in front of him, Han Li turned around and glanced at the half-piece of talisman paper held in Sun Huo's hand, then nodded and said, "It seems I don't need to say much. You already know my current identity." Disciple was ignorant of Master's true identity at the time and spoke rashly. "Please forgive me, Master." Sun Huo recalled his disrespectful behavior towards Han Li in the past and felt extremely uneasy, apologizing sincerely. At that time, I had not yet become an elder of the sect, so naturally I wouldn't blame you for anything. However, seeing that you have this half-piece of talisman, it seems there is some connection between us, Han Li said, staring at Sun Huo as he spoke slowly. A half-piece of talisman. Could it be that Master is? Sun Huo was taken aback, about to say something more, when a silver streak shot through the sky from a low altitude. "We'll talk about this later." Han Li waved his hand, stopping Sun Huo's words, his eyes narrowing as he looked towards the distant streak of light. The only cultivators able to fly freely in Tian City, without being affected, were the enforcers of the Nine Nations Alliance. They were specifically responsible for maintaining order before and after the Tian Tian City Trading Fair. Sun Huo naturally dared not continue speaking, immediately standing obediently with his hands tied. But he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Holding the piece of talisman paper, his hand became even more careful. At this moment, the streak of light in front of Han Li dimmed, revealing an old man with yellow hair who appeared to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Embroidered on his chest was a pattern of a small golden sword, the emblem of the enforcers. The old man flew over from a distance, naturally sensing the astonishing aura released by Han Li just now. But due to his duty, even though he knew there was a nascent soul cultivator here, he could only grit his teeth and come over. However, upon seeing Han Li standing motionless in the middle of the street, he clasped his hands together and said, "Junior Enforcer Wu Fei of Tian Tian City, I don't know why Senior is angry. Is there anything I can do to assist Senior?" "There's nothing. I just happened to pass by here and heard this shopkeeper of your city speak ill of our Luo Yun sect. I wanted this friend to repeat what he said in front of me," Han Li said coldly with his hands behind his back. "Ah, that must be a misunderstanding. How could these three dare to offend Senior? You three, hurry up and apologize," the old man said with a headache upon hearing what Han Li said. Matters involving the reputation of sects were often difficult to explain clearly, and it was difficult to distinguish between major and minor issues. After comforting them for a moment, he immediately turned to the three shopkeepers and scolded them harshly. Han Li had already retracted his spiritual pressure, so the three finally managed to climb up from the ground tremblingly. The shopkeeper immediately said with a pale face, "Senior, it was just a slip of the tongue earlier. We didn't mean any disrespect to your esteemed sect. We are willing to forego compensation for the damaged fire cloud talisman as an apology to Senior." Han Li frowned at these words, his expression not easing but growing even colder. "What, do you think I'm standing here to take advantage of you? Let me see if the fire cloud talisman in your box is really made by a master. If it is, I will naturally compensate your sect disciple for the spiritual stones. But if not, Han Li said with a malevolent smile. "No need for Senior to check. This fire cloud talisman of mine is just an ordinary talisman. We are willing to accept punishment," the shopkeeper said shrewdly, not waiting for Han Li to really take out the wooden box to inspect it, and immediately confessed his fault. Hearing this, Han Li did not say anything more, just glanced at the enforcer beside him. Seeing this situation, the old man knew what to do. He immediately bowed with his hands clasped together and said, "Senior, please rest assured. This shopkeeper was indeed impolite. I will punish him severely. I will definitely give Senior an explanation. Since you have said so, it is up to you to handle it. I don't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. Sun Huo, follow me," Han Li said indifferently, finishing his words and suddenly appearing beside Sun Huo. Then a dazzling yellow light flashed, and the figures of the two disappeared from the ground. The nearby cultivators were amazed by this mysterious earth-escaping technique, which few of them had ever seen. The old man finally felt relieved when he saw this, but when he turned to look at the three shopkeepers, who were also breathing a sigh of relief, his face became cold, and he sternly ordered you three follow me. Explain everything that happened just now. This matter cannot be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart tightened again, and he immediately put on a mournful expression. In a secluded and uninhabited stone room, Han Li and Sun Hu's figures appeared under the cover of yellow light. Let's do it here. Take out the half-piece of talisman paper and let me have a look. Han Li glanced meaningfully at Sun Hu before saying, Yes, master. Sun Hu didn't hesitate at all, immediately offering up the talisman paper with both hands. Han Li took the talisman paper with one hand, scanning it briefly before silently flipping his other hand, producing another half-piece of talisman paper. Then, without blinking an eye under Sun Huo's gaze, Han Li aligned the two pieces of talisman paper, and the seam where they had been torn matched perfectly, without the slightest gap. Any lingering worry in Sun Huo's heart vanished at this moment, and he bowed down again to Han Li. Sun Huo bowed down again to Han Li, saying, Sun Huo pays respects to master. Han Li remained composed, nodding in response. With a wave of his hand, a red light emerged, causing the two pieces of talisman paper to turn into ashes and disappear without a trace. Sun Huo, startled by the sudden action, quickly regained his composure. Seeing this, Han Li was satisfied with his disciple's resolve. It seems you are truly a descendant of Sun Ergu. However, don't rush to call me master just yet. First, tell me, which generation descendant are you? Han Li asked calmly. I am the 7th generation great-grandson of our ancestor. Sun Hu replied without hesitation. When Sun Ergu made his oath, he vowed that the Sun family would serve me for generations. However, due to certain circumstances, I was not in the southern lands at the time. Therefore, your Sun family has never truly served me, nor have I provided any protection to your family. Now that you have entered the world of cultivation as a descendant of the Sun family, that oath may no longer hold true. However, out of respect for your ancestor, I can offer you two choices, Han Li explained. Firstly, I can give you some benefits directly, such as pills or magical treasures. However, from then on, we will have no further ties. Don't expect me to take care of you in the future. The other option is for you to continue to uphold your ancestors' oath and serve me. I will place a restriction on you to ensure your loyalty. In return, I will provide guidance for your cultivation and offer benefits beyond your imagination. As long as your aptitude is not too poor, reaching the foundation establishment stage is within reach, Han Li outlined with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Huo's expression fluctuated, showing signs of uncertainty. Clearly, these options were beyond his expectations, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. After a long moment of contemplation, Sun Hu's face showed a determined expression. Master, don't rush to answer. To prevent any regrets, wait until the end of the trading fair and return to the sect before giving me your decision. During this time, carefully consider the advantages and disadvantages. Only after thorough deliberation should you come to my abode to give me your answer. Han Li interrupted Sun Huo's words unexpectedly, calmly advising. Understood, Master. Very well. I have other matters to attend to. Take care of yourself. Han Li nodded in satisfaction, his expression easing slightly before disappearing into the darkness. Sun Huo did not leave immediately, but instead bowed his head in contemplation for a long time before finally sighing and slowly walking away. At that moment, Han Li had already arrived outside the attic of his residence, gazing at the pitch-black night sky with a hint of inexplicable emotion on his face. When Han Li entered the attic, Mu Paling was meditating in the hall on the first floor. As soon as she saw Han Li, she stood up gracefully and greeted him with a smile. Han Li gestured for her to rise and said, "You don't have to wait for me here when I'm not around in the future. During the trading fair, it's inconvenient for us to be together. You can act on your own. Here, take a pair of spirit heart pendants. Wear one of them. If you encounter any urgent or dangerous situations, just infuse it with spiritual power. Not only will it generate a protective barrier, but I will also sense it within 1,000 miles." After saying this, Han Li took out a pair of azure jade pendants from his body and handed one to her. After instructing Mu Paling to rest in her room, Han Li proceeded to the second floor of the attic. As Mu Paling watched Han Li ascend the stairs, she lowered her head and played with the jade pendant at her waist, a hint of complexity appearing on her delicate face. On the second floor of the attic, Han Li casually chose a bedroom and sat down on the bed to meditate. After resting for over an hour, Han Li opened his eyes again. He glanced out the window at the night sky and muttered to himself, "It's about time. I should visit that person." With that, Han Li immediately got up from the bed and left the bedroom. Silently leaving the attic, he headed straight to a familiar location in Tianshan City. Before long, Han Li appeared in front of a building he had visited earlier in the day. Looking at the plaque with the 3 golden characters crystal dragon pavilion on the door, he stroked his chin, glanced inside the now pitch-black door, and walked in without hesitation. "Welcome, fellow Taoist, to visit our pavilion again. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to be so punctual, arriving just in time as scheduled." As soon as Han Li entered the attic, the entire room suddenly lit up brightly. Tianjing True Man, just like during the day, sat behind the long table, smiling at him. Since Han has actively invited the True Man, how could I be late? But seeing the True Man's appearance, it seems like you've waited for some time. I feel a little guilty." Han Li said calmly, then with a wave of his hand behind him, he gently pushed the attic door closed with an invisible force. The Tianjing True Man smiled gently at Han Li's words, then said, "When fellow Taoist left during the day, he suddenly sent a message to me, saying that he still had soul stones in his hands. I wonder if this statement is true or false." After asking this question, The old Taoist squinted his eyes, seeming somewhat skeptical. Han Li didn't immediately reply. With a single pat on his storage pouch, he flipped his hand, revealing a crystal stone the same size as the soul stone from earlier, emitting astonishing yin energy. Han Li looked at the true man without saying a word. Fellow Taoist's words are indeed true. I wonder how many of these high-quality soul stones Brother Han has in his hands. I am willing to exchange for them all. Spirit stones materials. Fellow Taoist, feel free to name your price. The Tianjing true man, upon seeing that Han Li still had soul stones of such high grade, showed a hint of excitement on his face, unable to contain his eagerness. Tianjing Taoist doesn't need to be so anxious. When I took out these soul stones, I intended to trade with Taoist. However, before that, I need to ask Taoist 2 questions. Only if they satisfy me will this soul stone be considered a gift from me. Han Li said unhurriedly, then casually tossed the soul stone he was holding to the other party without changing his expression. The Tianjing true man was somewhat surprised to catch the soul stone, looking at the object in his hand with a shocked expression. After remaining silent for a while, he sighed deeply and said, "Fellow Taoist is indeed generous. It seems that the questions you raised must be extraordinary. However, as long as they can be answered, I will definitely satisfy fellow Taoist." After saying this, the Tianjing true man carefully put away the soul stone and regained his composure. Since the true man said so, then Han will not be polite. I wonder if the true man knows any news about Zhengjing. When I mentioned exchanging information about Zhengjing at the exchange meeting, the true man's expression seemed a bit unusual. You should know something. Han Li was straightforward, asking directly. Indeed, I do know a little about Zhengjing. However, this information is not certain. That's why I didn't mention it at the exchange meeting. If fellow Taoist really wants to know, I can tell you. The Tianjing true man's face showed no surprise, but rather calmly replied. Even if the information is inaccurate, I still intend to listen. Fellow Taoist can inform me. Although Han Li had anticipated it, he still smiled and said, "Actually, even if I didn't say it, fellow Taoist would know in a few days. According to a friend of mine who oversees things at the auction house, during the trading fair, there may be a piece of Zhengjing to be auctioned. However, my old friend said that the owner of this Zhengjing seems to want to use it to exchange for other items, so he hasn't made a formal decision to participate in the auction yet, so this matter is still uncertain. However, if this piece of Zhengjing is indeed auctioned, the major sword cultivation sects will probably spare no effort to bid for it. Fellow Taoist's hope is not very promising," the Tianjing true man said. A red essence mushroom that's 3,000 years old was sold for 100,000 spirit stones. For something as rare as Zhengjing, which is encountered only once every few hundred years, it would naturally fetch an astronomical price. If it were to be auctioned, it would likely be bid up even higher. The smile gradually disappeared from Han Li's face, and he said with a bitter smile. He was self-aware. Although he was wealthy compared to an entire sect, he was far behind. However, After Han Li finished speaking with a bitter smile, he adjusted his mood slightly and said calmly, regardless, "I'm not sure who it is specifically, but I know that this person is a Yuan-Wying cultivator from the Nine Nations Alliance and currently resides in a small mountain outside the West Gate. Fellow Taoist can search for it yourself. It shouldn't be difficult." The old Taoist stroked his long beard, smiling as he said, "I see.